After speaking, the old demon hesitated for a moment and resumed, "Young master, the thing is, the yin-yang monster ginseng is only useful for a single pair, and there are two female babes young master is in contact with, so when the time comes it might be a little difficult, having to make a choice between them." "Two?" Yang Kai asked out of confusion. He thought that the old demon had slipped up, but he thought about it and understood. Perhaps the old demon was thinking about the Hu sisters. After all, they were chatting quite a lot on the endless steps. After prohibiting the old demon's freedom, he could no longer observe Yang Kai's surroundings. Naturally, this meant that he was unaware of the incident in the main hall at the top of the steps. Yang Kai didn't want to explain too much, so he just ordered, "In the future when I am alone with any female, you are not to use your divine sense." He feared the awkwardness that would emerge if the old demon witnesses him and Su Yen being together. The old demon felt like Yang Kai was being unjust. He decided to protest. "The young master can rest easy. Though this old servant is evil, I would never do the likes of peeping on someone. Regardless, it will be good if you do well to remember it. This old servant will bear it in mind." After a short moment of silence, the old demon suggested, "Young master, if you don't mind, this old servant wants to go inside this deep ravine to explore. Is there something that interests you hiding below?" Yang Kai asked with curiosity. After all, the mystery that hid in the coiling dragon stream made him burn with the desire to know. But once again, his strength was too low, so he didn't have any viable means to explore it. "The old servant is not clear on what is hiding below, but I can feel a type of positive chi. This type of chi is a difficult adversary for this old servant's immortal soul. In addition, there is also a very dense demon chi. These two chis generally oppose each other, so I am a little confused as to why they would seem to coexist here. To be honest, young master, I want to strengthen my immortal soul by taking advantage of the demon chi below. It can also increase the possibility of giving the young master a helping hand in the future." Yang Kai was lost in thought. Yang Kai verified the old demon's claim in the dense demon chi. In the history of the stream, it is said that an immensely evil devil was killed in the depths below. This made the area a natural spawn for demon chi. The old demon wanted to restore his immortal soul with the aid of that chi. Yang Kai was hesitant. After all, he was not sure if he would lose control of the old demon should he restore his strength. He might shoot himself in the foot. As he pondered further, he decided that there was little need for him to be so worried. The old demon's divine sense had already fused with his, so deciding his life and death was nothing but an immediate consequential action he could take should the old demon betray him. The old demon waited anxiously, watching Yang Kai. Yang Kai then gave a nod and approved. "All right, you can go." He poured some of his yuan chi into the soul-breaker all, as this secret treasure acted as a storage for yuan chi. Yang Kai then passed it to old demon. "Many thanks, young master," the old demon said gratefully. Binding the soul-breaking all, he transformed into a black fog and flew deep into the coiling dragon stream. After the old demon left, Yang Kai took out a small purse from his chest pocket. This purse was given to him by Lan Chudai, which contained 2 seeds of pure heart fruit. Yang Kai thought about the conversation at that time. If this senior sister wasn't so good at deceiving others, she would surely be more likable. The first time he met her in the Black Wind Trade City, he got hold of these seeds but was deceived about the cost, though it didn't matter at the time. When he met her again in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, it could have been fate. They explored together, fought together. They were not only on the same side, but they also braved hardships together. It was hard to forget about her. If not for her disappointing chain of choices, Yang Kai would never have disliked her the way he does. Though she sneaked up on Ye Yong at the end to show goodwill, she also showed that she can be ruthless. She always sided with those she could profit from. When Ye Yong was looking for trouble with Yang Kai, she never stopped him because Nye Yong had more use than Yang Kai. If Lan Chudai had reproved Nye Yong severely in the status of a senior sister, he would never have dared to be so dissolute. But she did not, and only Du Yishuang had stood with Yang Kai, an ally that was useless against Nye Yong. Being abandoned like a worn-out slipper, and even being attacked from the shadows would never leave a good feeling. Yang Kai would never accuse her of anything. Everyone had the right to make their own decisions for their own lives, and others had no right to interfere. Perhaps, in reality, she was indifferent to people she thought were poor and weak, and had a liking for the rich and powerful. If she liked playing up for the powerful, then that'd be entirely her choice. Yang Kai thought it was best if he didn't become too close with her. Otherwise he might pay for it sooner or later. He took out the seeds and tossed the purse into coiling dragon stream. Where should I plant these 2 seeds? Yang Kai carefully looked around his rocky abode. He couldn't plant the seeds in here. There was no suitable soil. Then Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. On the side of his cave, there was a large number of ancient pine trees, which means there must be soft soil at their roots. If a pine tree could take root here, the pure heartseed should as well. Since it is a spirit grass, it had a much stronger vitality. Moreover, what spirit grasses absorbed was world chi for growth, so they wouldn't need to contest with the ancient pine trees for nutrition. Yang Kai dropped 1 drop of yang liquid on the pure heart seeds. But to his surprise, there was no reaction. Only after the second drop did the seed reach its absorption limit. This was definitely the seed of an earth-grade high-grade spirit grass. He wondered where Lan Chudai obtained these seeds from. Seems like buying it at the price of 1,200 silver coins was not a waste after all. After planting both seeds, Yang Kai sat cross-legged at the entrance of his cave once again. He closed both eyes and started to revolve the true Yang secret art. He cultivated slowly for the first time ever since entering the Qi transformation stage. Without any indication, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi suddenly began to rebel. Due to the sudden increase in the pressure, his clothes and hair started to dance. He turned pale as a ghost. With the rebellion of Yuan Qi, Yang Kai's heart was also filled with rebellious energy. This is a type of energy which he wanted to expend crazily. He wanted to fight someone until he bleeds or draws blood. In the past, he felt like this only when the indomitable will appear during fights, but this time, it appeared while practicing his true Yang secret art. This is not because of Yang Kai, or because of the true Yang secret art. It was because of his position in the Qi transformation stage. Just like when Su Yan had mentioned to Yang Kai that the Qi transformation stage is a very special boundary for any martial artist. Martial artists start from tempered body, and when they able to use Yuan Qi, they enter the initial element stage. Next, when they break through the initial element stage, they enter the Qi transformation stage. By this time, the Yuan Qi accumulated inside the martial artist's body should already be significantly vast to a degree that many martial artists cannot control completely. Since they are unable to control it, they are typically met with Yuan Qi rebellion. Usually, martial artists wouldn't be affected when they are in an ideal condition, or when they aren't using a large amount of Yuan Qi. However, revolving their respective cultivation techniques would cause the Yuan Qi to behave similarly to what Yang Kai is experiencing now. It is actually a normal and expected phenomenon. Because of this phenomenon, the Qi transformation stage martial artists tend to have 2 goals. First was to continue to accumulate their Yuan Qi, promoting their boundaries and strength. This goal never changed from the norm. The second goal required the martial artists to control the strength obtained from their promotion, while still accumulating Yuan Qi. Generally, a martial artist who has just entered the Qi transformation stage is unable to control his Yuan Qi completely. When he reaches level 7 or 8 in the Qi transformation stage, he will then be able to exert more control. It was same for Lan Chudai. When she revolved her Yuan Qi, no rebellion in the Qi was produced. Du Yishuang and Yeyong were unable to control their Yuan Qi. Although Du Yishuang was level 6 in the Qi transformation stage, her Qi would rebel during battles and produce an unquenchable thirst for blood. Martial artists in the Qi transformation stage are usually hot-tempered and touchy, meaning a higher chance of conflicts arising with others. If 2 of them are in the Qi transformation stage, both of them would likely fight until one or the other is incapacitated or dead. This boundary had the highest mortality rate. In this situation, most of the martial artists of the Qi transformation stage would try to calm and steady their dispositions as much as possible. They may also take medicinal pills, or even wear secret treasures to calm their nerves and suppress their impulsiveness. In this stage, the martial artists who cultivate ice-type techniques or martial skills generally have superiority over the others. This type of cultivation technique requires the martial artist to have a calm and steady, sometimes even cold personality at its very base, therefore making it easier for them to overcome this hurdle. Yang Kai figured that when Su Yan was at this stage, she wasn't as bothered with such issues. Her heart and mind were already frozen, so how could her Yuan Qi go wild? The martial artists who are in Qi transformation stage promote their Yuan Qi through battle. When they succeed, they are able to control their strength. This stage can affect the natural disposition of a person. Should the said person wins in battle, he will feel satisfaction and a commensurate rise in strength. The loser will likely be doomed to feel depressed and adopt a negative mentality. The majority of martial artists lose their path in this stage. They become lost in power and enjoy battle and murder, straying from their preset paths. After the Qi transformation stage, martial artists become calm once again. The next stage is called the separation and reunion boundary. That boundary is quite far for Yang Kai at the moment. At this moment, after revolving his true Yang secret art, Yang Kai felt the strength he obtained in the Qi transforming stage, but the Yuan Qi rebellion seemed to not affect him at all. An ice-cold sensation transmitted from his chest. This effect was due to the pendant gifted to him by Su Yan. This pendant contained ice jade marrow, but he was largely unaffected not because of the marrow, but because of the golden skeleton inside of him and the indomitable will martial arts he had practiced. After taking his time to become accustomed to this new boundary, he was able to smoothly control his Yuan Qi without any discomfort or difficulty. The thing that happened in Qi transformation stage had exactly the same effects as his martial skill, indomitable will, but the feeling was different. Most people have a difficult time overcoming the hurdle of controlling their Yuan Qi and the new strength they had obtained, but Yang Kai was different. His Yuan Qi settled very quickly after the initial signs of rebellion and was already under control. Yang Kai thought about it and concluded that it was the golden skeleton pulling strings from inside his body. When he uses the indomitable will, he may look bloodthirsty, but his inner emotions are mostly calm. He never lost his reasoning and was always perfectly aware of what was happening. This was a major bonus. Of the two things that Qi transformation stage martial artists needed time to experience, experiment, and control, Yang Kai had already conquered the most important one. The other only required him to accumulate strength over time. Yang Kai fished out the incense burner, lighting it so that it would emit an exotic fragrance to help him begin. Sitting cross-legged at the cave entrance, he began to cultivate the true Yang secret art. Even if he could easily obtain Yang liquid from Yang-filled objects like a spirit fruit or a Yang stone, he would still cultivate the true Yang secret art. By using the exotic fragrance to suppress the speed of his Yuan Qi revolution, he forces his body to adapt to the resistance. Over time, his Yuan Qi will be more capable of revolving faster, which will come in handy during battles, increasing his overall battle strength. It was his plan to suppress his Yuan Qi revolution to train it, only to display its true might in critical situations. Yang Kai continued to cultivate for 2 days without moving, aside from when he needed to refill the incense burner with the relevant herbs. Although he knew that there would be little improvement to his Yuan Qi flow for this torture, Yang Kai gladly endured anyway and continued to revolve the true Yang secret art. While he revolved without the intention of thinking of her, he would recall Su Yan. The bond they had inside the main hall of the palace within the Heaven's Cave inheritance played out in his mind. He could clearly remember her soft, silky tender skin as they slid around on top of each other. Why do I continue to recall those moments? Why can't I stop these memories from resurfacing? Yang Kai was puzzled as he could not control his own thoughts. He was highly confident with his own willpower to control himself, but right now, he could only stop himself from indulging in debauchery. After 2 days and nights, Yang Kai, still sitting in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes as he carefully listened to his surroundings. A strange look gleamed across his face. He heard a sound coming from nearby, one that is similar to that of a fight, ending off with a scream from shock. Although the scream sounded familiar, it was not clear enough for Yang Kai to recognize. Thus, he hesitated to move. He could hear the sound of pebbles falling, causing his complexion to turn cold as he became vigilant. The pebbles were an obvious indication that someone was moving about above the cave mansion. I've only completed this cave mansion 2 days ago, How can someone already discover it? Who discovered me? The mansion? As the sound continued to grow louder, Yang Kai's vigilance slowly turned into that of joy. Without the need of speech, Yang Kai could tell who that person was. It was none other than Su Yan. As she came closer, the yuan qi and blood within his body began to stir up, revolving vigorously. Maybe it was the yin-yang joyous unification art that made him feel this way. After their yuan qi fused together, they could detect one another when nearby. Didn't she say that we would meet only once a month? It's only been 10 days and she is already looking for me. Yang Kai beamed with joy. He passed a message to the old demon in his mind, telling him not to return so soon as he gazed at the entrance of the cave with much anticipation. In a short moment, a graceful pure white form flew in. Before she could land, Yang Kai quickly ran to hug her. Su Yan's body was warm, her breasts pasted to Yang Kai's chest, her fierce palpitating heartbeat beating through to his heart. Under the dim moonlight, Yang Kai could see her beautiful blushing face. With the bun on her head, she looked even more mature, as Yang Kai's eyes rippled with love as he stared at her in all her glory. Yang Kai tried to lower his head for a kiss, but was quickly interrupted by Su Yan. Wait! Su Yan gently pushed Yang Kai away as she strongly suppressed her desire to seek warmth in her lover in front of her. Why? Yang Kai asked with patience. I'm not the only person here. Su Yan awkwardly stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's gaze traveled down Su Yan's arm. She was carrying someone he did not even notice before. He could tell that the person was unconscious due to the lack of movement, and without Su Yan's prompting, Yang Kai probably would have never noticed. What happened? Yang Kai could not help but ask as he was so shocked that his brain seemed to stop functioning for a moment. Why would this come here? Su Yan only visited this place for me. Do you know her? Su Yan nipped on her red lips. Her face displayed a strange look, mixed with awkwardness and guilt. Let me take a look. Yang Kai stretched his hand out to grab the person, hugging her in his arms. Be careful. That person is a girl. Su Yan reminded Yang Kai, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yang Kai's face immediately turned red as Su Yan spoke. When he hugged the body, he brushed the girl's chest. He didn't realize initially that he was holding on to a female. Don't touch the places you shouldn't touch. Su Yan stared at the boy with anger in her eyes. Yang Kai awkwardly and nervously held out the unknown girl in his embrace. When he took a look at her face, Yang Kai felt as though he was struck by lightning. Yang Kai gawked at her for a long time before being able to speak. Young female apprentice? He had never expected that the one Su Yan took down was Xianxia. He also noticed how her back seemed to be familiar. At this moment, Xianxia's eyes were shut. With her face still covered in a thin veil layer, she gently respired. Watching her relaxed expression, Yang Kai knew that she was not injured, simply knocked out. What actually happened? Yang Kai could not piece together anything. The whole thing was a mess. He could accept the fact that Su Yan came over to look for him, but never would he have thought that she'd arrive carrying an unconscious Xianxia. Suddenly, his mind jolted as he recalled the sounds of combat earlier on. Terrified, Yang Kai stared at Su Yan questioning, Did you knock her unconscious? Su Yan looked away and lowered her head slightly to nod. I did not injure her. She has been around here for the past few days, waiting. I actually wanted to come here to talk to you, so I only knocked her out. Yang Kai slapped his forehead with his palm, completely robbed of speech. Although Su Yan and Xianxia are both at the true element boundary, Su Yan was a level higher than Xianxia. If they were to fight, Xianxia would not be her match. What's more, Su Yan could knock her out more easily if she did a sneak attack. Although this was a slightly terrifying matter, it was fortunate that Xianxia did not have an ill temperament. She would forgive them as long as they explained the whole situation, preventing Meng Wuya from knowing and coming for vengeance. Just the thought of Meng Wuya seeking his blood made Yang Kai drip with sweat. Su Yan looks at Yang Kai and asked, She seems to care a lot about you. Did you know? Emicham. Yang Kai did not try to deny. Holding Xianxia in his arms, he walked deeper into the cave and placed her on his stone bed. Her sleeping so soundly was a relaxing sight. It was really a blessing that she was not injured, or else they might have to face Meng Wuya's wrath. Su Yan silently and calmly looked at her lover. It's already quite late. Do you have any matter that needs my attention? Yang Kai hugged her in his arms and sat at the side of the stone bed. Su Yan turned her body towards Yang Kai and pursed her lips for a while before answering, "Yes. Were you thinking of me?" Yang Kai could not help but grin. Su Yan gently nods, causing Yang Kai to make a move. However, she suddenly stuck her hand out to block his mouth and in a stern tone, she recounted, "It's strange. Normally, whenever I cultivate the ice heart secret art, my heart turns cold to everything. Nothing in this world is supposed to entangle my heart. But now, whenever I start cultivating, I cannot help but start thinking about you. If I try to suppress it, it would only worsen it. I can't help thinking about you too." As the tension grew, Su Yan's body turned limp as she was no longer capable for revolting against Yang Kai's advances. "Let's just talk about this later." Yang Kai could not help himself and fell back onto the bed with Su Yan. His hands started to move about dissolutely and gradually. Their gasps of breath became heavier. As Yang Kai's hands continued to explore, the clothes on their body wrinkled, folded and shifted to finally be removed. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he saw her skin under the moonlight. Her spotless, smooth, silky skin, two round and shapely twin peaks emitting a seductive luster, made his eyes glue onto her. As her gentle and fragrant breath followed into his nostril, her beautiful face and trembling eyelids made her even more captivating, as though she was a dream that Yang Kai would never wish to wake up from. Even Su Yan, who seemed to be extremely nervous, was filled with anticipation. This was the goddess that all the disciples of the three sects dreamt of. She was currently underneath Yang Kai, being sampled and tasted by him. Even her face had a kind of attractive glimmer, displaying a completely different demeanor than what she would usually have. As Yang Kai kissed every inch of Su Yan's tender skin, her whole body slightly trembled as her hips started to subconsciously move. Her enticing breath got heavier as Yang Kai's dantian welled up with heat. After a long time of caressing her skin, Yang Kai could no longer control himself. Su Yan could finally feel her body being filled. At first, Su Yan felt a little uncomfortable, but very quickly, she was engulfed with the pleasant sensation. Trying to control her voice, she placed her hand over her mouth, but even then, some of her moans escaped. The cave was soon filled with their soft voices and fragrance. After the storm, they both snuggled together, too embarrassed to speak. It was not that they were embarrassed to talk to each other. They were embarrassed by their long indulgence, forgetting that Xia Ningchang was just lying beside them until they were about to end. All that time, she was only an arm lengths away. It was only fortunate that she was unconscious, allowing both lovers to rejoice but with lingering fear. Su Yan and Yang Kai did not know why, but while they were cultivating, all their attention was focused each other. Their minds did not even concern themselves with Xia Ningchang. Hugging his beautiful beloved to his chest, Yang Kai spoke, "Su Yan, I think that this problem is only between the both of us." Su Yan nodded slightly, her hair tickling Yang Kai's chest. "I believe this is due to the yin-yang joyous unification art. Whenever we try to cultivate, we cannot help but think of each other. Since you have been cultivating, your mind must be filled with thoughts of me." Su Yan gently hit Yang Kai's chest as though blaming him for speaking out so casually. "I have not been cultivating so much, so my urges are not as strong as yours." Yang Kai spoke truth. So far, he has been cultivating using the exotic fragrance from the incense. Since the fragrance suppressed his cultivation, the urge from the yin-yang joyous unification art is not as overwhelming on him as it is on Su Yan. Evidently, we are doomed to be bound together. Yang Kai gave a happy smile. "We cannot leave it like this." Su Yan spoke out firmly. "As long as we are in close proximity of each other, we can't help thinking of each other." "Well, what do you suggest?" "We need to suppress it entirely. We cannot let the yin-yang joyous unification art take control of us. We need to be the ones in control of it, not the other way around." Su Yan spoke with utter determination in her voice. She turned to gently look at Yang Kai. I know that my decision is cruel to you. My cultivation allows me to suppress my emotions, but yours is different. Yang Yuan Qi is simply too vigorous. Once you start cultivating it, the urges you will face will be much more intolerable than mine. I know. Yang Kai nods with a serious look plastered on his face. If you truly cannot suppress the urges, you can look to release it with other women. Su Yan's long eyelashes slightly shivered, but her face remained serious. No, I'm not a pervert. Yang Kai forced a smile. Su Yan slowly shook her head. You don't understand. When the urges emerge, the unbearable pain that occurs without you beside me. I looked for you 2 days ago, but I noticed junior sister Xia hiding nearby. Unable to bear it any further, I knocked her out. I just hope she won't be angry at me when she wakes up. Is it that bad? Yang Kai's brows wrinkled. He was aware of Su Yan's temperament and willpower. For a pure and cold woman like her to seek him out, she must have truly reached the limit of her endurance. It's overwhelming, both physically and mentally. I couldn't stop trembling. Su Yan's voice turned even sterner. I understand this, so I'm not against you looking for another woman to deal with your urges. Since Yang Kai had not experienced the full effects of this uncontrollable urge, he could not have full assurance to counter its effects. Thus, he did not rebuke. Su Yan shrunk closer to Yang Kai's chest as her eyes landed on the female on the other side. Junior sister Xia is a good candidate. I believe that she truly cares for you, and although her face is covered with a veil, there is no doubt that she is astonishingly beautiful. Furthermore, she's not weak, not to mention that she's kind and gentle. You should get closer to her. Let her stay in your embrace to comfort you when I'm not here. Please say no more. I fear that the consequences can be direr than you think. Meng Wuya came into Yang Kai's mind. How would you know? Yang Kai explained the whole situation where he had obtained the 9 Indu crystals at the valley, but he conveniently left out the details about the kiss he had with Xianxia. It was not that he wished to keep secrets from Su Yan, but he did not want to tarnish the junior sister's reputation. I see. So I should also thank her. Su Yan listened to the story and developed a favorable impression of Xianxia. Although Yang Kai gave her the 9 Indu crystals, she still gave Yang Kai a portion. When she wakes up, so long as we explain ourselves, she will not place any blame on you. Yang Kai consoled Su Yan, once again forcing a smile. I know. They hugged each other into the night, chatting about each other's experiences and personal matters. They did so for 4 days. Then Su Yan got up to get dressed. I should leave now. Su Yan genuinely felt that her departure was always a form of tempering of her mental state as well as a test. Wait a moment. Yang Kai pointed to a corner within the cave, to the roots of the yin-yang monster ginseng. Before you leave, deposit some of your true yuan there. What is this thing? Su Yan squatted down to look closer at the yin-yang monster ginseng. It can smile at me. Is this a plant that obtained heaven spirituality? It is a heavenly spiritual herb that absorbs yin and yang qi to survive. Since this place contains only yang qi, it needs to absorb your yin qi to balance it out. Su Yan did not hesitate. She stretched out her hand to gently touch the yin-yang monster ginseng and inserted her true yuan qi into it. When the heavenly spiritual herb felt the yin qi flood into its system, its expression turned even more jovial. Afterwards, Su Yan withdrew her hands, stood up and hugged Yang Kai. She enjoyed his embrace for a short while, then turned around to leave. As Su Yan was vanishing, Yang Kai suddenly recalled an important matter. He quickly asked, when will junior sister Xia wake up? Dawn. Su Yan was already distant and fleeting. Su Yan did not take Xianxia with her because she wished for Yang Kai to make advances on her while she was unconscious. She would be clueless, free of worries that Yang Kai may have done anything untoward. He could more than easily conceive a lie to convince her to forgive him anyway. Besides, they would be able to communicate better and become closer to one another. As Su Yan left the cave mansion, she stood atop the coiling dragon steam and turned to look back at its entrance. When she realized her actions, Su Yan turned red with shame. She felt guilty and restless at the same time. She thought of herself as a terrible person. She felt like she only looked for Yang Kai when she wishes to vent her lust. After she has had her fill, she contentedly left him. She tried to convince herself that this wasn't the case, torn apart by its gray area of morality. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's forehead dripped with sweat as he stood rooted to the ground. He just remembered an important matter which he had completely forgotten. Xianing Chang's unique physique. Su Yan had told him of the anesthetics she used on Xianing Chang. However, Su Yan does not even have the faintest clue of Xianing Chang's unique physique. Xianing Chang had a spiritual medicine holy body. She was capable of using her own body and cultivation technique to build up any form of energy into a type of pill. How was it possible that a master of pill-making like her would be drugged by some trivial anesthetic? Even if she had fallen unconscious from it, she would definitely wake up much earlier than the dawn of today. Yang Kai sweat like a running tap. His body became stiff as he froze at the entrance of the cave for nearly 2 hours, unable to walk back into the room in which Xianing Chang rested to face a certain awkward conversation. In fact, Yang Kai wished to drill himself into the core of the earth to remain hidden from any potential repercussions that involved his humiliation. It took a long time for this feeling to lessen, allowing Yang Kai to make small mechanical movements again. Step by step, Yang Kai slowly inched his way back into the stone chamber. The stone chamber still kept a moist and fragrant sensation. As Yang Kai moved even closer to Xianing Chang, he could very clearly feel her breath being a little heavier than before. This was a subtle change people would normally oversee, but it could no longer be hidden from Yang Kai's focus. This is really awkward. Yang Kai wipes the sweat off his forehead and braced himself. He slowly walked to Xianing Chang's side and sat down. She had been lying down without moving a muscle, except for a chest that heaved faintly as she took breaths. Her perfectly petite body was taking up one side of the stone bed. With her slender legs fully extended down accompanied by her green dress, she looked like an exquisite spring plant decoration. Yang Kai stared at her and did not blink. He noticed that Xianing Chang's breathing had gotten heavier. Her heart was beating faster, washing her cheeks with a light tint of red. Her eyelids subtly quivered. "Hello?" Yang Kai sighed as he bent down and approached Xianing Chang's ears. In a soft voice, he calls for her, "Junior Sister Xia, Junior Sister Xia." But the girl remained motionless, eyes still shut like she was still unconscious. Yang Kai decided to provoke her and warned her, "I'm going to lift your veil." Yang Kai had never seen her full face due to the veil. Even during the kiss at 9 in Mountain Valley, she only lifted the veil to an angle to kiss him, maintaining her mysterious appearance. If Yang Kai were to claim that he was not interested in how she looks like, it would be a lie. It was impossible not to be curious, but he was not curious enough to ask her to display it. Yang Kai slowly reached for the veil. He knew that this would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This entire time, Yang Kai had been observing every detail of Xianing Chang's body language and whatever little facial expressions she had, looking out for any minute changes. However, even when the veil was about to be removed, Xianing Chang did not resist. "You can still endure this." Yang Kai praised her steely fortitude in maintaining the lie. After trying more methods to only end up with her still pretending to sleep, Yang Kai let go of her veil and gave a strange grin. "Junior sister, since you aren't going to wake up, I would like to, ahem." Yang Kai purposefully made his last word feel heavier in impact. Spoken in a special tone, it was obvious what he meant. Yang Kai opened up his fingers like claws. He slowly traced them over her lower abdomen as the girl suffered a torturous itch. It was extremely difficult for Xianing Chang to control herself. Her body started to wiggle in hair-splitting measures, though they were noticeable. The corners of her mouth tightly sealed to form an obvious arc. Even then, she still refused to open her eyes. She continued acting unconscious. Yang Kai continued his horrendous torture for a long time before pretending to grope her, only to be ignored once again. "All right, it seems that you really are unconscious." Yang Kai admitted defeat after Xianing Chang displayed her unyielding will. The boy sighed faintly, "Junior sister, Sleep well. When dawn arrives, we both will hopefully remember nothing. Xianxia walked to the entrance of the cave to sit down in meditation. Further into the night until dawn, there was no word from her. Xianxia stood up and walked back to the side of the bed again. Since she had been maintaining this specific straight posture of hers for such a long time, Xianxia was a little worried her body had become sore, so he altered her position by hand. He then left the cave and climbed out of the coiling dragon stream. For Xianxia, he felt at ease now, whether Xianxia was awake or not. With her pure and kind temperament, he was confident that she would not use the information on him and Su Yan against him. Within High Heaven Pavilion, when walking towards the contribution hall, Xianxia was welcomingly greeted by Meng Wuya. Little Xianxia. Xianxia's quickly turned pallid as he quickly feigned ignorance. He quickened his movement and hastily disappeared from sight as though he had not heard anything. Why was he running? Meng Wuya thought to himself as his brows wrinkled. He could not recall a time when he had offended the boy for him to behave this way. Xianxia's mind was still muddled from last night. Greetings, Treasurer Meng. A big crowd of Heaven Pavilion disciples saluted Meng Wuya with respect. When he had displayed his strength against the whole Blood Battle Gang sect, everyone understood that they had misjudged this lecherous storekeeper. Before the Heaven's Cave inheritance appeared, they would never have shown such respect towards this perverted old man. Everyone had the impression that he was a simple, perverted small storekeeper. But now that his power was well known and out in the open, how could these disciples possibly dare act dissolutely in front of him? They could only hold their breaths as they became as obedient as pets in front of Meng Wuya. Noticing that Meng Wuya did not pursue him, Xianxia relaxed. He walked into the martial skills pavilion and saw many people gathering. He stood there and listened for a moment, trying to understand the whole situation. After the Heaven's Cave inheritance incident, many disciples managed to obtain a variety of martial skills or cultivation techniques. High Heaven Pavilion was interested in collecting these martial skills and cultivation techniques, meaning that disciples could pass their findings over to the school for contribution points in return. Moreover, High Heaven Pavilion was not cheap with their rewards. However, this was not only done by High Heaven Pavilion. Bloody Battle Gang and Stormhouse both also made similar measure to reel in their disciples to trade their martial skills or cultivation techniques. Although Xianxia had obtained two different sets of martial skills, Burning Sun's Blast and Star Mark, he did not have the least bit of intention in turning either of them in. This was particularly so for Star Mark, which was his special killing strike. Xianxia didn't mind the idea of exchanging the Burning Sun's Blast for another martial skill from someone else. Unfortunately, the sect did not allow disciples to exchange their martial skills with each other in private. When Xianxia was about to walk off, a cold voice shouted out, "Xianxia!" When Xianxia turned his head to find the source of the voice, his brows slightly furrowed. The man that stopped him was probably 26 or 27 in age. Xianxia could recognize him. He was Chao Zhengwen. Several months ago, he ordered that Xianxia, Li Yuntian and others be thrown into the forest prison. Chao Zhengwen took his hand out from his pocket and started walking at Xianxia with indifference. "Senior brother, what do you have for me?" Chao Zhengwen snorted. He did not bother to speak and tossed the object in his palms at Xianxia. Xianxia easily caught the thing, which left Chao Zhengwen shocked for words. His lips slightly twitched. He did not expect Xianxia to eliminate the dark energy attached to the object with such ease. "What is this?" Xianxia asked as he looked at the thing in his hand. "It was a letter. A command for your promotion," Chao Zhengwan said with a serious face. "The elders have decided to promote you after your breakthrough to the initial elemental stage. By the rules of High Heaven Pavilion, you have the right to be promoted from a trial disciple to an ordinary disciple." Xianxia's brows wrinkled. "Promotion?" "Yes." Chao Zhengwen nodded. "You have been here for 3 years stuck in the tempered body stage, so your own rank had been reduced to that of a trial disciple. However, you have diligently cultivated and broken through to the initial element stage. As such, the elders have decided that you should have an opportunity to be promoted." "An opportunity?" Xianxia noticed that there was an underlying meaning in Chao Zhengwen's words. Chao Zhengwen explained, As long as you complete the task the Elders' Council issues to you, you will be promoted to an ordinary disciple. For the High Heaven Pavilion, such a promotion is a great honor for trial disciples such as yourself. This opportunity is very rare, so junior brother Yang, grasp this opportunity well. As for your promotion, it will depend on your skills and luck. I'm not interested. Yang Kai waved his hand and tossed the letter of promotion aside. Chao Zhengwen's entire complexion changed as he picked the letter back up and fiercely roared, Yang Kai, this is a command from the Elders' Council and you dare to reject. So what about the Elders' Council? Yang Kai got impatient and rebuked. I have never asked for a promotion and wish to remain as a trial disciple. Do they wish to force the promotion on me in that case? Yang Kai did not know the content of the task he needed to accomplish, but it would certainly not be easy. It was highly possible that he would have to take on exceptional danger to complete it. So, you are content with belonging in mediocrity? Chao Zhengwen grinned with a face filled with ridicule. This promotion should have occurred after Yang Kai was rescued by Su Yan from the forest prison. However, even after Su Yan had saved him, he went out to the Nining Valley with Xianxia. So the promotion delivery was delayed until now, after the matter at the Heaven's Cave inheritance. My mediocrity is not defined by the likes of you. Yang Kai's lips curled up as he walked away from Chao Zhengwen. Yang Kai! Chao Zhengwen roared, attracting unnecessary attention from the High Heaven Pavilion disciples around. Do not think that you are the only one who obtained the opportunity in the Heaven's Cave inheritance and can behave like you own the place. Since you dare to disregard the Elders' Council's command, you will know the consequences personally. Scram! Yang Kai turned his head and screamed. Immediately, evil chi seemed to come out of his face and rushed into Chao Zhengwen, which left him stumped. When he managed to regain his composure, Yang Kai had already disappeared from his sight. The disciples in the martial skill pavilion all remained quiet as they watched the scene play out. Everyone was secretly startled at Yang Kai's declaration of refusal. No one would expect Yang Kai to disregard the Elders' Council. This was simply unfathomable to them. They always considered the Elders' Council's words as golden rules that they have to follow regardless of the dangers and difficulties they entail. None of them would have even the slightest inclination of revolting nor resisting in their minds. But just then, they witnessed a trial disciple doing something that was unthinkable to them. Isn't this simply disrespecting one's own virtue? Not having an ounce of respect for one's elders. Many of the disciples around looked at Yang Kai with a hint of admiration but were simultaneously denouncing him. They also thought that Yang Kai was content with his own position as a trial disciple, hence his refusal of the promotion. Meanwhile, Chao Zhengwen's complexion turned pale as he stood in the same place with the letter of promotion in his hand. Although he was annoyed, he also felt empty inside. The great elder had personally commanded him to send Yang Kai this letter. His curiosity also got the better of him, so he peeked at the letter. Task: to travel alone to the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Lands to kill a cultivator not lower than your own. This task can be classified as both easy and difficult at the same time. In Ashgrey Cloud Evil Lands, there were innumerable evil cultivators. If Yang Kai was lucky to meet a cultivator that at the same level as himself, the task would be easy. However, he had just as much chance to meet a cultivator as strong as an elder, in which case he would probably never leave alive. Chao Zhengwen thought that Yang Kai would accept the task. He would have never thought that Yang Kai would be brave enough to refuse an Elders' Council command in front of so many disciples. How was he going to tell them that he failed such a simple mission? He did not move for a long time. Instead, he pondered in the crowd only to finally leave the scene while clenching his teeth bitterly. Yang Kai's mood was not much better as well. Meeting Chao Zhengwen this early in the morning after the meeting with Chao Zhengwen early in the morning, his complexion also turned cloudy. If he didn't send me here, I would not have bothered to travel so far. Why did he have to send me here? What relationship does he have with the High Heaven Pavilion that makes him want to send me here? After spending 3 years in High Heaven Pavilion and seeing the fickleness and cruelty of the people here, Yang Kai felt out of place. At the moment, the only thing that made him feel warm was only Su Yan. As his thoughts continued to wander, he also thought of Xianxia. That's right, There's also junior sister who gives me that sense of warmth too. While walking in deep thought, someone rushed towards him, leaving behind a trail of fragrance in her wake as she shouted out, "Junior brother Yang." Yang Kai's thoughts were interrupted as he turned his head around to see Lan Chudai. Although her dealings within the Heaven's Cave inheritance were not pleasant nor favorable to him, she never provoked him. They also spent time together as a team. Yang Kai replied, "Senior sister Lan." Lan Chudai smiled as her voluminous chest heaved up and down as she gasped for breath. As though she had placed all that have occurred in Heaven's Cave inheritance behind her, she looked at Yang Kai and spoke, "I thought that you wouldn't care about me anymore. There's no such thing, senior sister. I will always take you into consideration." Yang Kai smiled back. Lan Chudi's eyes lit up as she continued to stare at Yang Kai. "I was wrong when we were inside the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but could you do me a favor as your senior sister and not mention my mistakes in the Heaven's Cave inheritance?" Lan Chudai was an intelligent woman who spoke without any reservation. She was talking about the matters in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. She wished to come clean with Yang Kai. Yang Kai was not such a mean-spirited person to hold such matters over her head, even if she did not remind him. However, when she apologized, he could not help but feel the bad impression she left him diminish a little. He maintained his friendly smile as he shook his head. "Senior sister, I thought you were going to talk to me about something more serious." "Junior brother, when you put it that way, I feel at ease." Lan Chudai patted her chest, displaying a relaxed expression as though she had let go of a heavy load in her heart. However, her brows suddenly wrinkled as a chord struck within her. "Junior brother, were you a little too rash to decline the Elders' Council's command? You might bring yourself a lot of trouble. Chao Zhengwen has already said that I am content with being a mediocre person. Since I am content, why bother changing anything?" Before Lan Chudai could continue their short-lived conversation, Yang Kai abruptly interrupted her as she opened her mouth to speak. "I'm not feeling so good to speak with anyone today. I'm sorry. Excuse me and goodbye." Lan Chudai was startled but nodded with a smile. She could tell from Yang Kai's wrinkled brows he was serious. Although he spoke in a gentle tone, it was likely that if she continued to pester him, he would be weary of their conversation. After he said farewell to Lan Chudai, Yang Kai returned to his cave mansion. He found that Xia Ningchong had vanished and knew that she had departed. When he continued to look around, he found 2 new bonsai trees placed here. The bonsai tree seemed familiar and Yang Kai remembered where he saw them. It was by the contribution hall's counter. These bonsai were being taken care of by Meng Wuya, but they were moved here by Xia Ningchong. Meanwhile, a huge wave of gossip was spreading in the High Heaven Pavilion. Back at the place where the great elders gathered, Chao Zhengwen explained the frustrating situation in the morning to Wei Shitong, causing him to choke on his tea. Did he really reject it? The great elder had thought of countless possibilities for Yang Kai to respond, but he had never expected the boy to decline. "Yes?" Chao Zhengwen resentfully and awkwardly replied. He did not only reject. He dared to slander the Elders' Council's dignity in front of so many disciples. Great elder, perhaps after being fortunate enough to obtain a strong martial skill and displaying it within Heaven's Cave inheritance, he became arrogant. Otherwise, would he have the guts display such disrespect? This person must be punished for his insolence, else others would follow his example. "Shut up!" Wei Shitong pounded the table and glared at Chao Zhengwen. "How dare you report back to us without completing your own task? Did you even try to force him?" Chao Zhengwen's mind became vacant as he could not understand the thoughts of the great elder. Why would I wish to bully someone like that? Wouldn't I make myself look bad? Likewise, when he rejects, isn't it better? You could always take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Great elder, I simply don't understand why you are going through so much trouble for him. Chao Zhengwen was confused, but he stayed silent for fear of worsening the great elder's mood any further. "Go! Do anything to make him accept the command. He must accept it, even if you have to kneel." Wei Shitong growled in a low voice. Chao Zhengwen was left startled. "I'm supposed to kneel down to beg him to accept the command? What are you waiting for?" The great elder slammed his palm against the table, kicking up a dust cloud. Yes, Chao Zhengwen hastily replied as he immediately retreated away. Meanwhile, the second elder of High Heaven Pavilion, Su Xianwu, sat crossed-legged on the ground in front of a checkerboard filled with black and white pieces. The black was on the offensive, viciously attacking the white, but the white pieces had defenses that held up, seemingly impenetrable. It was a tense match that seemed to eventually result in a draw unless one side made a mistake. After he listened to a disciple report the incident, Su Xianwu could not help but reveal a strange look as he asked. He refused. The disciple explained. Yes. He flagrantly and superciliously rejected it. Su Xianwu did not know how to react, but he finally laughed. Rejection is good. Rejection is very good. Elder brother, it would be stupid of him to lift a boulder to drop on his own foot. It was on the same day Treasurer Meng took the sect master's jade pendant, acquiring the same authority of the sect master to transmit an order to the elders' council when Yang Kai was supposed to be promoted to an ordinary disciple. This was set up by Wei Shitong as a method to probe Yang Kai's ability. However, he would have never expected himself to be humiliated, being rejected by Yang Kai so overtly. Such reaction from Yang Kai made Su Xianwu rather joyous. Second elder, shouldn't we do something? Yang Kai's refusal is sure to bring him trouble, the disciple asked. No. Su Xianwu shook his head. We do not need to do anything. All we need to do is watch how things play out. Yes. The disciple was perplexed but did not refute the elder. Wei Shitong, oh Wei Shitong, I wonder how you will break this to the sect master. Filled with confidence, Su Xianwu released a white piece on his hand and placed it on the board. When the piece made contact, it seemed as though a small white dragon had ripped through the attacking black in an overwhelming counterattack. Yang Kai, who cooped up inside the cave mansion, did not know about the clamor he had caused. Currently, he was calmly sitting crossed-legged at the cave's entrance. After one full day, he summoned the old demon. In a mere second, black chi flew from the coiling dragon stream, vanishing into Yang Kai's body, away from sight. Did you discover anything? Yang Kai asked. This old servant dares not to go too deep. I merely traveled down 333 meters and absorbed some demon chi. Young master, I did not discover anything, but as long as I restore some of my strength, I will search the place thoroughly. The old demon's voice sounded off. Yang Kai nodded and squatted down in front of the yin-yang monster ginseng. He placed his hand on the herb and caressed it, injecting one drop of yang liquid into it. You continue to absorb the yang qi from here, but remember that if you see anyone except for those two girls who have been here before, run. You understand me, right? The yin-yang monster ginsengs seemed to express understanding. Young master, are you going somewhere? The old demon could not help but ask. Yes, you and me both, we are going to go for a walk. That is only natural. The old demon was not surprised. Young master, if you ever meet anyone that you wish to kill, do not hesitate. The soul breaker, all that your old servant made, has already lost its intelligence. It needs the immortal soul of a person too for it to be restored to what it once was. Once the soul breaker all is fixed, you can use it to dominate this world. Yang Kai showed a faint smile, obviously hinting that he was not misled by the delusions spoken by the old demon. He was considering whether to leave. Firstly, after having rejected the Elders' Council command, Yang Kai knew that there was going to be trouble. There was also the problem with Su Yan. The joyous unification double cultivation was keeping her from controlling her own mind. If he continued staying in the High Heaven Pavilion, her desires and emotions will continue to well up, eventually making her lose all self-control again. He thought that if he leaves, he would force her to suppress those urges, allowing her cultivation of Ice Heart's secret art to regain its effectiveness. Yang Kai also remembered how pathetic his strength level is compared to Su Yan. Such disparity gave him discomfort remaining in the High Heaven Pavilion. He wished to quickly surpass her and to overcome the Qi transformation stage. He couldn't sit here and meditate. He needed to pass through the trials and tribulations of life and death. Yang Kai left behind a letter and took the opportunity of the night to escape. Above, on a treetop, a person stood balanced and observed. Due to the darkness, Her presence went unnoticed. She did not move nor make any sound. All she did was silently stare at Yang Kai. As the cold night's wind stroked her face, the thin veil fluttered about, revealing beauty capable of bringing empires and countries down to their knees. For a long time, she continued to stare until an old voice filled with frustration and love called for her. "It's getting late. Don't stay up too late." Xianing Chong hugged both of her arms, feeling somewhat cold. Yang Kai did not have plans when leaving the High Heaven Pavilion. He simply chose the path he wished to take and ran at full speed. With a trail of flames under his feet, Yang Kai moved at lightning speed away from the sect. In a night, he managed to travel 100 to 150 kilometers. Throughout his run, Yang Kai was immersed in the surroundings. He could sense the change in Yuan Qi within his legs. Whenever he tried to increase his speed, he could sense Yuan Qi in his legs bottling up, the reason of which he wished to thoroughly understand. When he was in the Nine Mountain Valley, Yang Kai had vague awareness in his ability to use his Yuan Qi to increase speed. After using the step technique in Heaven's Cave Inheritance, Yang Kai knew of its importance and strengths. Unfortunately, he only had a rough and unclear understanding of the technique. His Yuan Qi would fluctuate whenever he used it, causing his speed to stutter. Yang Kai had realized when he fought Long Hui, who used step techniques to avoid Yang Kai's attacks and mocked him whilst in battle, that the power of his martial skill is important. Similarly, skills that increase his speed to approach the opponent are equally vital. It would improve his combat ability by a significant amount, allowing him to more easily deal with opponents. With all his martial skills right now, Yang Kai was lacking heavily in a step technique. Unfortunately, at the Qi transformation stage, creating his own step technique was an impossible task, and Yang Kai was well aware of that. But right now he was practicing his Yuan Qi manipulation by running. He was trying to find a way to improve his speed. He wished to minimize the consumption of Yuan Qi and increase his speed altogether through a deeper understanding. Although such practice will not result in creating something extremely powerful and was ineffective for others to practice, it was still useful to him. Powerful martial skills are created from strong cultivators' concentration of understanding and awareness. As he continued to dip himself into his senses, he displayed confusion. His soul seemed to be missing from his body, although his feet continued to work away. He would dash ahead for dozens of kilometers to the east before changing directions to face the south. Time passed quickly and he continued heading west and then north. Overcoming the mountains, every slope caused his speed to fluctuate. Occasionally, he would collide with a tree or run into a puddle, resulting in muck, dirt, and mud all over him, his clothes tattered from the damage. Being the unrelenting young hero, Yang Kai paid no heed to his external appearance or injuries. The only thing that would stop him was physical exhaustion, something that never lasted for a long time. While he rested, he would eat heartily. After regaining his energy, he would resume his aimless journey again. The old demon watched him repeat this cycle, shock overtaking his body. With his own experience and knowledge, he was surprised that Yang Kai could concentrate that deeply. A mere Qi transformation stage cultivator to engross himself in such heavy activity, as though he was one with the world, was nothing short of enigmatic to the old demon. Although the old demon admired Yang Kai's abilities, he still had some doubts. Yang Kai's strength was still too low, so even if he was able to immerse and sense something, it was impossible for him to obtain or understand anything too profound. Even the old demon himself would prefer Yang Kai to do something else. Instead of running around like a madman, Yang Kai should simply find a place to build up a flight secret treasure. With a flight secret treasure, there was no need to run. He took into account Yang Kai's personality, so the old demon could not find the courage to voice his opinion. After all, with Yang Kai's disdain towards evil techniques, the old demon could not possibly propose his refinement method of smelting human bones and sealing deceased souls to build a flight secret treasure. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai had run a great distance in total. Although he did not make any progress in understanding the profound step technique, Yang Kai managed to unintentionally improve his control in Yuan Qi. In the past, whenever his speed increased, Yang Kai's feet would produce flames, but now, the usual trail of fire no longer appeared, allowing the environment to remain unperturbed. Additionally, the minimal yuan qi fluctuation could be felt now whenever he used the step technique. Whenever there were traces of yuan qi rebellion, it will gradually calm, seemingly returning back to the stage before Yang Kai got promoted. More days continued to pass without much incident. Yang Kai's dashing speed began to slow down, comparable to a stroll. When his mind entered a trance again, he suddenly appeared 3 meters away. The odd state continued as Yang Kai's appearance remained muddled, appearing back at his original position, 3 meters behind. It was as if he had never taken a step forward, continuing to stroll. This bizarre situation occurred once more later on. It was similar to him blinking back and forth. Over the course of the next few mundane days, Yang Kai continued to immerse himself experimenting. He continued to blink back and forth and finally, he managed to blink 100 meters away. This accomplishment made was good, but it made Yang Kai look ruddy as he panted for breath. Nevertheless, his lips quickly twisted into a smile. Taking the best opportunity to speak, the old demon decided to catch Yang Kai in a good mood and spoke, "Congratulations, young master. To be able to create one's own step technique, you have truly displayed your formidable might and knowledge. I cannot help but admire." "There's no need to flatter." Yang Kai lightly grinned. "I would like to hear your opinion of my step technique." The old demon hesitated as he opened his mouth to speak. "Young master, would you rather listen to the truth or a lie?" "Let's listen to your lie first." The old demon coughed out and spoke. "This step technique is unparalleled in this world. The world has never seen such a wonderful step technique. It is so graceful that it makes me ashamed of myself. Such an exquisite step technique has truly left me speechless." Yang Kai chuckled. "What you said truly sounds like a terrible lie. All right, now speak the truth." The old demon sternly exposed, "Young master, with your current boundary in the Qi transformation stage, being able to create a step technique has left me in awe. However, this step technique is not complete. What you are feeling now is simply the rough sketch of the whole thing. If you fight with a cultivator with the same rank as you would certainly not have much of a problem. However, it is hard to use this step technique on a cultivator who surpasses you in terms of strength. Furthermore, this step technique is only suitable for short-distance travel, not long ones. From my observation, you can only use this step technique 7 times before reaching your limit." Yang Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Because of his present cultivation level, he was unable to sense and uncover the more profound abilities of this step technique. Having created his own step technique has already left him satisfied. Yang Kai decided to wait for his strength to grow again before practicing any further. He also managed to learn how to hide his yuan qi fluctuation. Now, Yang Kai could appear no different from an average person. Yang Kai was glad that he escaped the high heaven pavilion. It was worth it considering he's earned some benefits already. "How many days has it been since I left?" Yang Kai asked. 35 days, the old demon answered. Although it has been over a month, Yang Kai felt like time barely passed. He would never expect his immersion to last so long. It was fortunate that his dantian contained many drops of yang liquid, thanks to Xianxia's bottle of medicine pills. Otherwise, what he has achieved so far may not be possible. 35 days have passed. I wonder how Su Yan doing right now. Although Yang Kai was worried about Su Yan, he had faith in her. Su Yan was more resilient than regular women. The only reason for her inability to control herself previously was because of his presence in High Heaven Pavilion, causing the desires to well up in her heart. Now that Yang Kai was no longer there, she should have an opportunity to focus fully on resisting the double cultivation influence. I believe in her. She will definitely succeed, and the next time we meet, she will certainly be improved by leaps and bounds. After all, the ice heart cultivation technique requires her mental state, body, and environment to cultivate efficiently. In the state she is in now, there is no doubt that her cultivation will be much faster. Where am I? Yang Kai looked around, unsure of his own location after 30 consecutive days of running. He could only guess that he was very far away, at least far enough from High Heaven Pavilion. In his confused state, Yang Kai noticed creaking and rolling in the distance. His ear twitched in the source's direction as he turned to have a look. Yang Kai calmly stood silently in place as he watched a group of carriages from afar appear in his sight. Altogether, there were 3 carriages being pulled by horses, and accompanying the convoy was a group of men, riding tall and strong horses. These men were strongly built, and each of them rested a hand on the hilts of the sheathed swords attached to their hips. It was obvious that they were martial artists that practiced the art of the sword. Standing on the roadside, Yang Kai caught the attention of the martial artist guards. They were all cautious of him, but Yang Kai showed little care for their wariness. He remained calm and stood there, still watching. After a month of training, Yang Kai would not manage if he tried to restrain all the yuan qi within his body. Since these martial artists were not cultivators of the same or higher level than Yang Kai, it was impossible for them to understand the depth of his strength. A few minutes pass and the martial artist's worries faded. Abruptly, a middle-aged man leading the group yelled out, "Little beggar! Get out of the way now!" The man's hostility immediately furrowed Yang Kai's brows. He reluctantly stepped back to clear their path. Yang Kai had actually wished to ask for directions, but such hostility repelled him from doing so. He decided that causing any further friction was unnecessary. The horses neighed as the carriages passed. Intriguingly, Yang Kai noticed that the middle carriage left deeper tracks than the others. It seemed like the prime suspect as storage for the more expensive goods. Meanwhile, a pair of bright, feminine eyes peeped at Yang Kai from the rear carriage. He realized that the last carriage probably contained women. After the carriages passed, Yang Kai stepped back onto the main road and followed the convoy. It was certain that it would lead him to somewhere populated. Since he was currently unaware of his exact location, he figured that he might as well just follow the carriages to a place of inhabitants. Before he could even take several steps behind, his complexion sank. A familiar man split off from the group and galloped towards him. This man was the same middle-aged person who roared at Yang Kai just moments ago. What is he planning to do? Make me go away by force? Yang Kai sneered in his mind. He was confident in his strength and skill. Thus he stopped on the spot, awaiting a clash. The middle-aged man pulled the reins, restraining the horse from crashing into Yang Kai. The large hooves soared towards the sky as it uttered a loud neigh. The middle-aged man expressed impatience in his voice. "Little beggar, you should thank your good luck and fortune. Our family's young lady is well-mannered and has a good heart. She said she was worried about the dangers of the wilderness, fearing robbers, bandits, and other wild animals killing you off. Her worries have forced us to give you our protection as well." The middle-aged man stepped off his horse and started searching Yang Kai's body. He then grabbed Yang Kai by the collar and lifted the youth up. Although Yang Kai wished to resist, he understood that the man's intent was not hostile, though he could definitely stand to be more well-mannered. The veteran guard secured Yang Kai behind him on the horse. He then kicked the horse and they raced back to the group, where he threw Yang Kai into the air and smiled and yelled, "Old Man Wu, catch!" At the front of the first carriage sat an old man. He was the cart driver, horsewhip curled in hand. He caught Yang Kai without looking and gently brought him down to the seat. It was amazing that the man's fluid movements all took place while the carriage was still in motion. This old man is at least a true element boundary cultivator. Yang Kai was shocked at Old Man Wu's sight. Although the true element boundary was nothing particularly special, especially in the High Heaven Pavilion with people like Su Yan and Xianxia cultivating to that stage at a young age. It was possible due to their family background and influence. Outside of sects and clans, people in the separation and reunion boundary had the power to rule over small towns. Naturally, cultivators in the true element boundary were highly regarded. Old Man Wu was motionless. His eyes stared downwards and his face was filled with wrinkles as though he was almost meeting death. He took up a bottle from his side and conveniently passed it to Yang Kai. "Many thanks, Venerable." Yang Kai took a swig, but he immediately spurted it out. The several martial artists riding on horses burst out laughing. "Old Man Wu, do you wish to kill him, that drink of yours? Even we would never touch it." In reality, Yang Kai spat it out because this was his first experience with alcohol. He was taken aback by the burning sensation that the drink left in his throat. Knowing that he would never enjoy such a drink, Yang Kai returns the bottle of liquor to the old man. "I'll have to pass it back to you." Old Man Wu took a sip and his face seemed to fill with vigor. Glowing with health again, he drove even more skillfully. Given a free ride and shelter out of kindness, Yang Kai just tranquilly sat beside Old Man Wu. There was barely any conversation throughout the journey. Yang Kai only looked forward to getting off in a nearby town before separating from the group. The carriage traveled slowly so as to ensure that the women do not get too weary from the trip. By dusk, they had covered about 35 to 40 kilometers. Before the faint lingering light of the sun disappeared beyond the horizon, the carriages stopped to find a suitable place for a fire. Once the campfire was set up, the crowd of more than 30 martial artists began to perform their respective roles. Some of them would scavenge for food and others would help with the fire. Very soon, the area was filled with a mouth-watering aroma from the meals they had prepared. Meanwhile, Yang Kai got down and performed a little exercise, appreciating and consolidating what he had learned from the 35-day trance. Not long after, the third carriage door opened up and 3 people alighted. When Yang Kai turned to look, he saw a 30-year-old beauty with a bountiful chest. Her thin stature and white jade skin further enhanced her infinitely graceful bearing. By this woman's side were 2 other young women, both of whom seemed to be 10 years younger than the older beauty. One of them was dressed up as a servant but had a pair of charming eyes. She was supporting the other young lady by the arm. From the appearance of this young lady, she is definitely related to the middle-aged woman. Yang Kai imagined that she must be considered the family's treasure, with her graceful pose and beautiful appearance. Although she could not compare to the Su Yen or the Hu sisters, she would still be considered gorgeous widely, especially in her exquisite flower-embroidered dress. Yang Kai could sense the intense gazes of the martial artists from the fire directed at the 3 women. The beautiful woman, the delicate and gorgeous young lady, accompanied by the charming maid, those 3 was an extraordinary sight that easily captured the attention of men. Noticing Yang Kai's insisting glare, the maid tenderly scolds, "What are you looking at? Avert your gaze or I will dig your eyes out." Although her tone was fierce as she reprimanded so openly, it was not only targeted at Yang Kai. The martial artists retracted their invasive ogling. Meanwhile, Yang Kai coughed awkwardly and looked away as well. "Chuier," the young lady spoke with a soft voice. Chuier gave a discontented mumble as she held onto the young lady's arm, arriving with the middle-aged woman to their resting spot. When the meal was served, the martial artists all crowded around while the 3 women continued sitting together. Only Yang Kai the bystander was left alone. The young boy sat on one side, seemingly pitiful. When the middle-aged woman and young lady noticed him, they whispered to Chuier. The maid nodded and approached Yang Kai with food in her hands. "Little beggar, here's your food." Yang Kai accepted the kind gesture and reached out his hand to receive the meal. Chuier's charming face broke out into a smile, a powerful contrast from the fierce devil she was before. She squatted down and mentioned softly, "Don't be angry. I wasn't scolding you just now." Yang Kai's brows wrinkled. "Wait, what did you call me?" He had felt strange that the middle-aged men called out a little beggar during the daytime. He thought it was merely a mistake, but to hear it from Chuier as well only poked his curiosity. Chuier pursed her lips as it curved upwards. Her eyes wandered as she spoke. "Aren't you a young beggar? Me, a beggar?" Yang Kai realized that their impression of him was more than a joke. When Yang Kai looked down, he saw that his apparel was messy and tattered, smeared with dirt, scratches and tears. He would look like a little beggar to other people too. Chuier seemed happy as she fished out a small bronze mirror and passed it to Yang Kai. "Have a look at yourself. Don't you look like a beggar right now?" Yang Kai took a glimpse and held his breath. "This is what I look like right now." His hair looked like a chicken coop. Several strands were stuck together in a disorderly fashion. With the dirt all over his body, including his clothes, he definitely looked like a beggar. During his deep comprehension of the step technique, he could recall vaguely that he collided with many trees and fell into several ponds. Chuier took the mirror back with a delighted expression and asked a question out of the blue. "Little beggar, Where did you come from? How did you manage to wander so far into the wilderness? Yang Kai ill-humoredly replied, I actually travel around to beg. I don't really know where I came from. That's so sad. Chuyer sighed woefully. Although she wished to help clean Yang Kai, she did not wish to smear her hand with dirt. Instead, she only frowned. It's a pity that I don't have any extra clothes for you to wear. It will be much colder after nightfall in the autumn. If only we had a few sets extra just to keep you warm enough. Chuyer looked at Yang Kai with sympathy after realizing that he only had frail and tattered clothing on. Worst of all, he was skinny to the bones, his ribs visible and his belly almost concave. Even with the dirt smeared all over his face, Chuyer could tell that Yang Kai was young from his delicate features and bright, youthful eyes. To think that such a young man has to endure hunger and coldness. How pitiful, Chuyer thought. Her words brought warmth into Yang Kai's heart. With a pale smile, he spoke, It's okay. All right. If you are still hungry, there is plenty of food over there. Don't have to be afraid to take more. No one will complain. Chuyer stood up and walked back to the two ladies to continue to serve them. After a night of silence, a new day arose. At the break of dawn, the carriages began to move once more. During the past 2 days, Yang Kai would sit next to Old Man Wu's side in the morning, watching the old man whipping the horses, skillfully augmenting their speed at will. When it was break time, Chuyer, the maidservant, would come over to have a chat with him. Yang Kai would manage to figure out their approximate location from his conversation with Chuyer. They were about 3 days' distance away from a place called Sea City, which was their destination. These groups of people were also originally from the Tong province and had some authority over there. However, less than half a year ago, the master of the house died and the madam of the house was currently leading the young lady to the Sea City to meet her late husband's best friend. As for the exact reason to why they were traveling, Chuyer refused to share anymore. It was obvious that she did not dare to reveal too much. Nonetheless, the information he had gathered was useful enough. No one would be so willing to leave their home, their native land, particularly a widowed mother and her daughter. To travel so far, taking the unnecessary risk and worry, it had to be their last resort. Otherwise, why would they ever make this decision? The house master must have offended many people in the Tong province. After his death, the madam and young lady must have had no choice but to escape to another region, now that they did not have anyone to rely on. The number of martial artists traveling together with them further solidified Yang Kai's guess. According to Chuyer, half of these martial artists were trained by the housemaster. After his passing, they took the effort to escort their late master's wife and child. Once they have completed their mission, they plan on returning to the Tong province to look for new jobs. During their travel, they encountered numerous bandits along the road. However, even in such strong company, they were lucky to lose nothing. Yang Kai tried to inquire about Sea City, but since Chuyer had not visited the place, she did not know much. The only things she knew came from the madam's mouth, that the place was a coastal city, with scenery unavailable to those who lived further inland. So, it's a coastal city. Yang Kai was curious to know the great distance he had traveled using his step technique. Without it, he would have never come so far. When he heard that they were close to the sea, he knew that he had traveled all the way to the southern edge of the Great Han Dynasty, on the border of the Endless Sea. This was further affirmed by Chuyer's remark that Sea City was at the southernmost border of the Great Han Dynasty. Yang Kai welled up with anticipation as magical images were conjured in his mind. He continued to travel alongside the carriages. Although he remained in the messy state, he did nothing to fix it. The first impression is always the strongest. Since they already have a preconceived notion of me being a little beggar, I should try to avoid suspicion by suddenly becoming presentable. After spending the second day next to Old Man Wu observing the movements of the carriage, he came to the realization that this old man's horse-whipping skill produced an indescribable charm. The whipping wasn't too loud yet wasn't too strong, but it was sufficient enough to spur the horses on. Taking into account Old Man Wu's cultivation level of the true element boundary and his age, it was obvious that this whipping action had as much to do with his achievements as it did his understanding of martial arts. Taking notice of such details, Yang Kai also coincidentally realized that his whipping action, embedded with martial arts knowledge, had some unexpected similarities with his knowledge gained from the movement technique he was practicing a few days ago. Throughout the journey, Old Man Wu continued doing the same thing. He would frequently fling the whip and occasionally take a gulp of his strong liquor. Meanwhile, he would simply sit on the cowl in silence. The carriages always stopped in the evening. As usual, Yang Kai would separate himself from the crowd, finding his own secluded corner to sit in. While idling about, he pulled the weeds from the ground. After all, no one in their right mind would prefer a beggar's company. With the entire group of martial artists despising him, it was obvious that Yang Kai could only ride with them on account of the young lady's benevolence. Moments later, the sound of soft footsteps approached him from behind. Yang Kai did not need to turn his head to know who it was. "Hey there, little beggar," the servant Chui Er called out to him. Yang Kai responded with a feigned smile while rubbing his forehead. "I've already told you my name. Can't you call me by that? Calling someone a little beggar isn't really pleasant to hear." "You little brat." Chui Er's eyes displayed irritation as she presented 2 chestnuts to the boy, indicating he had to peel the shells himself. "This girl would often come out to share some snacks with me. I don't understand. Doesn't she find my appearance and poor beggar status to be appalling?" With that boggling question in mind, Yang Kai asked Chui Er and understood that she once had a younger brother. When she was younger, she along with her brother were beggars as well. Her brother was unfortunate enough to starve to death while she managed to live and was eventually provided shelter by the madam. Yang Kai was the same age as her brother before he died, so Chui Er had a soft spot for him. "So, you stole this food from the young lady's family?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Chui Er stared at him in the eye and rebuked, "Steal! I'll have you know that the young mistress treats me exceptionally well. This was given to me by the young mistress herself. Naturally, since she gave it to me, I can share it with anyone I want. So, why aren't you there beside her taking care of her?" Yang Kai opened up the chestnut and chucked it into his mouth. "Both the young mistress and the madam are exhausted from the journey. They said they needed to rest, so I excused myself." Chui Er replied, and she closed one of her eyes while questioning Yang Kai. "Little beggar, where will you go once we reach Sea City?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know. I will probably just walk in any one direction from there." The corner of Chui Er's lips perked up. "While it may sound pleasant to hear at first, aren't you simply going to go around begging with a broken bowl in the end? I understand how it is since I've done it in the past." Yang Kai gave a smile in response without any further explanation. "How about this? Once we reach Sea City, why don't you join us? We do actually have a need for some servants. I can tell that you are quite smart, and having a young male servant around isn't too bad. What do you say? With me to support you, the young mistress and madam will definitely not have an issue with taking you in. After working for a while, perhaps you can find a good wife someday with the wealth you may accumulate with us." Chui Er misleadingly tried to convince Yang Kai. Her fresh and open perspective on things is very charming. Not to mention, she's quite a beauty as well. Accompanied with the ambiguous expressions she gives while we talk, she becomes even more attractive. Yang Kai cut into Chui Er's speech with a compliment. "If I can get a wife like you, it would be my fortune." Chui Er covered her mouth and chuckled. "You really have something wrong in your head, don't you? You truly get what you deserve, being a beggar for life. Now that I think about it, it's best I reconsider letting a wolf into the house. You must seriously consider." Yang Kai gave a serious look, though he had already decided that he would not join her. Coming all the way out here, he wished to further explore and learn. He simply could not settle down with the girl's family as their young servant right now. However, it was best if he could avoid explaining himself and Chui Er rejects him. "All right then, I'll stop spouting nonsense at you. I have never seen a beggar like you with such a glib tongue." Chui Er gave Yang Kai an angry glance and stood up. "We will arrive at Sea City tomorrow, so rest well tonight. I'm tired right now, so I won't be helping you to fill your bowl with rice." Yang Kai nodded. For the past few days, whenever it was mealtime, Cui Er would help him take the food out of fear that he would get bullied by the martial artist guards around. Yang Kai gazed at Cui Er as she entered the third carriage. Once she was gone, he took the weed in his hands to find the feeling he noticed from Old Man Wu's technique, whipping technique. After a long time, the food was finally done. A yell signaled that the meal is ready. The warriors around began to gather to receive their portion. Yang Kai also stood up and walked towards the pickup point, but within a few steps, he was blocked by a familiar person. Taking a glimpse at his face, he recognized him as the middle-aged veteran guard who carried him a few days back. The man was staring at him coldly. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai brows furrowed while he asked. "Get lost. Tonight, there will be no food for you." The middle-aged man snarled in a low and infuriated tone while his glare continued. Now, his gaze seemed to hold disdain for Yang Kai and carried a hint of threat within. The corners of Yang Kai's lips rose into a sneer as he continued to calmly look at the middle-aged man. "Those eyes of yours aren't bad." The middle-aged man slightly nods. "But if you would like to seek death, I will be glad to help." Yang Kai did not continue the conversation, instead turning around and sitting back down. He did not wish to incite any conflict with these people. He was already given shelter and a free ride. Cui Er herself has treated him really well thus far too. There was no need to cause more trouble over a simple meal. It was only one night void of dinner. It was not like he would starve to death. "It seems that you are at least smart enough," the middle-aged man snorted. Yang Kai thought that he may have been overthinking things, but he sensed that the guard's facial expression relaxed after he had turned around. This sudden change was worrying for Yang Kai. He quickly became vigilant of his surroundings as he notified the old demon. Yang Kai looked around as anxiety and doubt filled his body. Normally, the places that they stopped were areas that were somewhat forested and had traces of people who have been there to rest. However, this place was completely desolate, as though no human would ever come across these parts. To elaborate, this was definitely a place that was best suited for body disposal. Something really seems off. Yang Kai's feelings grew warier. Yang Kai looked up to the sky, noticing that it was moonless, devoid of any light source. Accompanied by the howling winds, the whole place seemed highly ominous. On the other side, there were many martial artists queuing for food, chatting while they gobbled it down wholeheartedly. Although Old Man Wu was a cart driver, he definitely did not hold a low status. It was evident when some people fetched the old man his food. After receiving his meal, the old man continued to sit near the cowl with his trusty bottle of liquor. Yang Kai decided that there was nothing going on, that maybe he was being ridiculous, being too worried. The chatter did not pause after the meals were finished. Only with the veteran guards' orders did they stop and organize themselves. Some were posted to night duty while the rest went ahead to sleep around the campfire. Gradually regaining his calm composure, Yang Kai lay down and relaxed, closing his eyes as his mental state returned to that of peace. An hour later, the old demon's voice suddenly called him out. "Young master, there is something wrong." Yang Kai's eyes immediately sprung open. The martial artists sleeping around the campfire were all breathing heavily. On occasions where martial artists traveled through the wilderness, they would never fall into a deep sleep even in the security of fellow guards and friends. Their vigilance would always stay. They only ever closed their eyes to rest and restore some of their physical strength and mental state. However, this time all those asleep were in a deep slumber. This had never happened in the days before today. Yang Kai estimated that he would need to put in a copious amount of effort to wake them up. The martial artists were responsible for the ladies' protection, so it was impossible for them to treat their job this lightly. That means that they must have been drugged by someone. The behavior of the middle-aged man popped into Yang Kai's mind. It was then he understood everything. In his eyes, Yang Kai was only a mere beggar, and he didn't want his plans to be spoiled by a beggar since the resistance of an average person couldn't be compared to that of a martial artist. Once he passed out, it would invite the suspicion of everyone. Although this wouldn't truly affect Yang Kai, it was a definite cause for worry for the middle-aged man. So, he threatened him and refused to give him his usual portion of dinner. It would also explain the man's sigh of relief when Yang Kai turned. It is always hard to guard against a thief within one's home. What is the sly veteran guard trying to do? Was he doing this for wealth, for the beauties in the carriage, or for something else? Yang Kai hoped that his own speculation was wrong, for the young lady and her loyal servant Cui Er had good hearts and intentions. He thought that people with good hearts ought to have good endings. When he quietly moved over to the martial artist nearest to him and checked pulse, he was cold. Near the roaring bonfire, several forms started crawling stealthily. Then, they slowly pulled out swords from their waists and kissed their companions' necks with them. The sound of slicing began and fresh blood started splashing everywhere. Soon, everyone who wasn't involved had their souls sent to hell. Yang Kai didn't dare to move. Although he has advanced to the Qi transformation stage, he was terribly outnumbered. The veteran guard was also in the true element boundary. Any rash acts would only cost him his life. He couldn't even tell if the ones he could see were all of them. Is Old Man Wu with them? If so, then escape would be no problem. Yang Kai quietly moved towards the carriage on which Old Man Wu sat. He saw the middle-aged man look coldly at Old Man Wu. He then heard the noise of metal sliding from a sheath in the dark night. Yang Kai then raced his thoughts as he picked a pebble from a ground, sat it between his fingers and flicked it with all his strength. He launched it at Old Man Wu to try and awaken him, but Yang Kai chose not to use too much Yuan Qi in case he exposes himself. Unfortunately, the pebble hit the long sword in the middle-aged man's hands. Clang! In the silent night, it appeared to be incomparably loud. This alerted the middle-aged man. As soon as he heard the pebble impact on his sword, his eyes opened wide and he lunged the sword at Old Man Wu hesitantly. In that critical moment, Old Man Wu opened his eyes and seemingly because of instinct, he dodged the blow. Old Man Wu only just barely evaded the strike as the sword drew blood from his now pierced shoulder. The ache sobered him up instantaneously as he cracked his horsewhip. He then created distance from the now disappointed guard as he shouted angrily, "Zhang Ding! So it was your doing!" Zhang Ding did not reply as he withdrew his long sword and positioned himself to prepare for a battle with Old Man Wu. Yang Kai quietly looked around and discovered that most martial artists who were fast asleep were now also waking up. He sighed with relief. It seems that Zhang Ding drugged them very carefully, but not with poison in case it traced back to him. However, he did not use strong anesthetics for the same reason. After all, the stronger the drug, the more distinctive its flavor. But his carefully planned scheme was ruined by a pebble. If not for the metallic clang, everyone would have been killed by Zhang Ding and his accomplices. The martial artists were still drowsy as they looked around in confusion. Screams then emitted as someone shouted, "Sun Jianming is dead! Who killed him?" He did not even finish his words when he felt a cold sensation touch his chest. He looked down to find a long sword piercing him. "Diao Hong, what are you doing?" He howled weakly in pain in an effort to interrogate. This was a case of a trusted companion stabbing him in the back. The crowd of martial artists hadn't even found the time to get their bearings before more of them were murdered. Soon afterwards, they were finally able to respond to the sudden attack, hitting back in anger. The battlefield was divided into two groups, one of which was the group which stayed loyal and protected the carriage, and the other consisted of Zhang Ding and his accomplices. Zhang Ding and Old Man Wu were in a heated battle between themselves, and angry voices could be discerned from the noise. Yang Kai decided to quietly make his way towards the carriage under the dim moonlight. He wanted to run to safety, but he could not ignore Cui Er and her diligent care in the past few days. He would never feel at ease abandoning her. The three women in the carriage also awakened from all the noise. As Yang Kai approached the carriage, he could hear Cui Er's discontented voice complaining, "It's the dead of the night. What could they possibly be quarreling about?" As they whined, they also rustled trying to put on their clothes. Yang Kai quickly raised the curtains of the carriage and barged inside. "Who?" Cui Er was shocked, sparking her to send two pinkish-white fists directly at Yang Kai's face. "It's me. Don't hit me," Yang Kai said bashfully and made an effort to grip the Cui Er's hands. "Little beggar?" Cui Er heard Yang Kai's voice and exclaimed from between her clenched teeth, "You big pervert! Get out of here!" She then tried to kick Yang Kai. In the compartment, the madam and the young lady were also frightened by Yang Kai imposing. "Keep quiet." Yang Kai covered her mouth with his hand to silence her. She wanted to retort, but instead, she swallowed her saliva in anger. When everything was calmer, Yang Kai noticed that Cui Er was only in her underwear. Her clothes rattled and crumpled from the tussle. This was like a spring scenery for Yang Kai with infinite potential. "Zhang Ding has betrayed you. Listen to the conversation outside," Yang Kai hurriedly explained. He then made himself at home in the carriage. It was rude since it was in the middle of the night, and somewhat erotic since the three beautiful women were not properly clothed. He took a glance at the madam and the young lady's bodies, but immediately shifted his vision to avoid trouble. Now that Yang Kai has come to think of it, he realized how bold the three women were to sleep only in their underwear in the somewhat barebones carriage whilst being surrounded by male protective detail. The young lady still had pretty much all of her chastity and dignity intact, but the madam was unfortunately far worse off for clothing. The lighting in the carriage may be very dim, but the darkness would not hinder Yang Kai if he wanted to look. The three women in the carriage listened carefully and heard Old Man Wu cursing Zhang Ding angrily, followed by a few bouts of cold laughter in between. "How could he betray us like this?" Cui Er said in shock. The madam and the young lady only had bedding to cover themselves. Their complexions were unusually pale. "Please put on your clothes, then I will try to lead you three away from here," Yang Kai proposed anxiously. He didn't know how long Old Man Wu and the remaining loyal martial artists could resist the attack. He didn't know who would have the last laugh, but one thing was clear. They couldn't stay any longer. Yang Kai's calm words were nerve-wracking for the three women. They then realized what kind of situation they were in. The madam flushed red, and in a trembling voice she said, "Little beggar, is there any chance you could leave us first so we can put on our clothes?" Yang Kai turned around to look her in the eyes and reminded her of the dire situation. "Madam, if you want to keep your life, then I would suggest that you ignore such small details. Me leaving the carriage would only expose the escape plan." The madam accepted his suggestion with a slight nod. The three women hurriedly dressed in Yang Kai's presence, much to their dismay. They were still embarrassed, though Yang Kai had his back facing them. Mother and daughter, both dressing in front of a stranger, a beggar no less. They would never have imagined such a possibility in their lives. Right now, they could only keep their displeasure in their hearts. Cui Er was able to accept the situation more easily than the other two since she was more familiar with Yang Kai. She dressed quickly and then helped the madam and young lady change their clothes. Once the three women were done, Cui Er then initiated in a shivering voice, "We need to hurry and escape." Yang Kai was peeking out the carriage curtains. His face then drooped as he said coldly, "Looks like our time is up." Just as he said that, Old Man Wu's pitiful voice could be heard. In a few moments afterwards, the sound of fighting outside came to a standstill. Old Man Wu and the loyal martial artists had obviously been defeated. The anesthetic did not wear off, so they could not fight with full strength. Zhang Ding and his subordinates had the element of surprise. Even if they had lesser numbers, they would still have the battle under control. "Old Codger," a weak voice coughed. This voice belonged to Zhang Ding, who sounded hurt from the battle against Old Man Wu. This sign gave Yang Kai a ray of hope in preserving their lives. "What are we going to do?" Cui Er grabbed Yang Kai's hand and wept in fear. The madam and her daughter also looked at him for direction. The little beggar was the only hope for the three women at that moment. "No need to panic. Madam, you need to distract him by talking to him. In the meantime, I will find an opportunity to get rid of him," Yang Kai said softly. Then he took a deep breath and calmed his nerves and suppressed his heartbeat. The madam, after all, is a madam, and although the situation is bad and her complexion is pale, she nodded at Yang Kai's instructions. She wasn't thrown into confusion like Cui Er and young lady. Footsteps seemed to get closer to the carriage. Yang Kai listened to the steps and deduced that there were 5 of them. Cui Er scooted nearer to Yang Kai. He could feel the tremble of her gentle and charming body. In this jet-black night, the sound of the footsteps felt like those of evil spirits coming to take their lives. striking fear in everyone's hearts. The footsteps ceased right in front of the carriage. Zhang Ding coughed and groaned in a low voice. "Madam, young lady, please come out." The madam then asked in a trembling voice from inside the carriage. "Zhang Ding, my husband treated you like a blood brother. Why would you do such a thing?" Everyone could hear hate and bitterness in her words. Her expectations and trust were betrayed by Zhang Ding. Zhang Ding pondered for a bit silently. Then he replied, "Madam, excuse me for saying this, but birds die for food and humans die for wealth. The master died, leaving behind a large amount of property. And since the madam and the young lady lacked the strength to even kill a chicken, there is no way you would be able to defend the property. So it was for wealth?" Madame gave a spiritless smile and asked further, "Does everyone also think the same?" "Yes," Zhang Ding responded confidently. Madame gave a bitter smile and shook her head constantly. "If this was so, you must have decided to do this from the very start. Zhang Ding, in the name of our former friendship, please spare us, both mother and daughter. Both of us only hope to leave with our lives. We do not have any other intention." The madam asked this because she could not pin all of their hopes on Yang Kai. Although he showed a calm attitude, he was still but a little beggar. How could such a character resist the strength of Zhang Ding? Zhang Ding listened to the madame from outside, but he remained unmoved. He then said patronizingly, "Madam, young lady, please come out of the carriage, then we can talk details. Do you really need to be so cruel?" The madam cried in a frustrated voice when Zhang Ding didn't comply. He surely had made plans to stomp out the root of the trouble. "Madam," Zhang Ding said sternly, "if you cooperate like a good child, we will be sure to minimize your suffering when we kill you. Otherwise, well, to put it simply, I'm embarrassed to say that I have admired you for a long time. But it's such a pity that in those days I could never even dream of smelling your perfume. However, I think I can fulfill that little desire of mine right before I kill you." In the carriage, the madam trembled, clenching her hands so tightly her fists turned pale. She was imagining the evil deeds Zhang Ding could do to her, and what kind of fate would await her if so. "This heartless and cruel bastard," Cui Er said angrily. Zhang Ding sneered, "Cui Er, I wonder if you can say the same thing when someone is digging up your clothes." The several surviving traders laughed wildly. Then someone added on, "Cui Er, wait for this elder brother to give you love." She turned white and shrank behind Yang Kai. In the carriage, all three women were shivering, almost rocking the carriage. "Madam, I will give you 10 breaths of time to consider our proposal to exit the carriage. I promise I will give you a woman's happiness and then bury you well," Zhang Ding decided. The madam closed her eyes and tears started falling from her eyes. She grabbed the hands of her daughter in despair. After a moment, she hardened her resolve and opened her eyes. She gave a miserable smile to her daughter to tell her that she made a decision. It's better than being abused by someone and living out a miserable fate. Before she could act, she was stopped by Yang Kai. He comforted her, slowly shaking his head decisively. The 10 breaths of time quickly passed. Zhang Ding's impatient voice resounded from outside. "Seems like the madam is willing to give this subordinate an opportunity of a lifetime. In that case, I can only be disrespectful." Zhang Ding lifted the curtain of the carriage and stepped inside. As he set his foot on the first step of the carriage, a dirt-covered face appeared in his view, grinning and revealing 2 rows of pure white teeth. "Little beggar." This was the face of the beggar he brought in a few days ago. Zhang Ding was taken aback. He was so occupied with the thought of the madam that he did not notice a 4th person in the carriage. He suddenly became frustrated at the thought of himself, an expert of the true element boundary, all shocked and startled by a little beggar. When Zhang Ding moved to grab Yang Kai to throw him aside, he was met with 5 successive punches, lightning fast. Yang Kai did not even make the effort to try and dodge his grapple, instead retaliating with fists of fury. What speed! Zhang Ding was astonished at Yang Kai's speed, but when he looked at the group in the carriage again, he smirked contemptuously and exclaimed, "Courting death!" He didn't feel any destructive power from the little beggar's punches. He thought that the opposite party had simply thrown his punches carelessly. Zhang Ding then aimed his punch at Yang Kai's mouth and said wrathfully, "I am going to kill you." Zhang Ding's several subordinates readied themselves for another fight as they heard their boss cry. They moved towards Yang Kai in an orderly fashion. "Little beggar," Cui Er called out in alarm. She hadn't even dreamed that Yang Kai would be a master and was faking his appearance, with which he fooled Zhang Ding. The echo of her voice hadn't even settled down when Zhang Ding's expression suddenly changed and pangs of pain covered his chest. He became pale, his eyes almost popping out from the overwhelming effect, causing him to look quite scary. In the next instant, Zhang Ding seemingly exploded from his torso, blood splattering everywhere as Yang Kai's burning hot yang qi entered his body. Instantly, Zhang Ding's impression of the fists changed. His courage was broken now, his body frozen with fright. He hurriedly revolved the true qi within his body to suppress the gashing wound on his chest. The blood spurting from Zhang Ding's chest made little thumping sounds as the area turned redder with it. He cried out pitifully while withdrawing from the carriage. He was, after all, a true element boundary expert, and his true qi defense couldn't be easily broken by an average person. While he wasn't sent flying by Yang Kai's punches of the burning sun blast, there was still residual effects of the skill that were untraceable and caused him to suffer heavy damage. Fortunately for him, it was not enough to take his life. The viscera that separated from Zhang Ding's chest also doused the three women. When Zhang Ding withdrew from shock, screams emerged from the carriage. When Zhang Ding's subordinates attacked Yang Kai, they could only see a mirage of him which quickly disappeared from vision. Their attacks failed. He was able to use the step technique he trained with for almost a month in such a crucial moment. The old demon came out of the soul, breaking all while laughing maniacally. Then he suddenly changed into a black fog, surprising the five martial artists. They were shortly engulfed in the fog, entangling them in a state of confusion. "What ghostly thing is this?" one could be heard screaming from within the fog. Within a split second, after the words had left his mouth, Yang Kai suddenly appeared behind him, punching his upper body from the back. The victim's strength wasn't particularly high, so when the energy of the burning sun's blast entered his body, he was not able to dissolve the influx of yang qi as his true qi was not as abundant as Zhang Ding's. He immediately turned red from the heat. The old demon seized this chance to enter his body. Soon after, the demon exited, the person passing out, falling to the ground and exploding into a bloody fog, all within a matter of a few seconds. The old demon laughed strangely. He was, after all, a 10,000-year-old soul. Though his strength has dropped off largely, such a fearful laughter would still cause a person to shiver. With Yang Kai's help and coordination, he could sweep away any obstacle. His movement technique had caused Zhang Ding to lose all of his subordinates cruelly. They had all fallen and exploded into meat paste and fog. When Zhang Ding had finally melted all of Yang Kai's yang qi, he became crazy. He looked at Yang Kai and roared, still unable to process all that has happened so far. "Little beggar, you have been playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger." He thought that the beggar was only an average person, and at such a crucial moment, that little beggar became the biggest obstacle to his plan. After nearly succeeding only to fail at the very last moment, how could Zhang Ding remain calm? He was even badly hurt by Yang Kai, whose eyes and now turned scarlet. He looked at him, wishing all manner of harm and pain upon him, even thinking of drinking his blood and eating his flesh once he was dead. Yang Kai, who was drenched in blood, standing calmly, replied in a light voice, "How much of your strength remains?" If Zhang Ding was at his peak, Yang Kai would only be his match if he used the star mark. Otherwise, there would be no hope of victory. Unfortunately, the star mark takes too long to activate, so it wasn't suitable in a fight where life or death is decided in an instant. At this moment, Zhang Ding was not at his peak. He had already fought with Old Man Wu, meaning he was spent and already injured. A sneak attack by Yang Kai only worsened it. His chest was covered in blood, so it was obvious he didn't have much strength remaining. Yang Kai was fearless. "I only have 20% of my strength left, but it's more than enough to kill you," Zhang Ding growled. The sword in his hand streaked towards Yang Kai like a single beam of light. Zhang Ding swore an oath to kill Yang Kai. Before the sword could get near Yang Kai, the old demon's creepy laughter leaked from the soul-breaking all, followed by a blockade appearing out of nowhere to protect Yang Kai. It could not be destroyed by Zhang Ding at his present strength. He then called in surprise, "This is a divine weapon." He was also a person who had plenty of fighting experience, but he had never seen a divine treasure as strange as the soul-breaking all before today. The treasure didn't even need activation for it to create a shield. It also laughed sinisterly and continuously, making anyone tremble in fear. This treasure was weird. "This is a treasure which will take your life," Yang Kai commented suddenly. His words were conveyed from behind Zhang Ding. Such an abrupt change in direction made his hairs stand as he realized how close Yang Kai was standing to him. How did he warp behind me so suddenly? He looked carefully, but he could only see a fuzzy image of the little beggar flashing around him. It was only illusions, he thought. He brandished his sword once again and stabbed towards him, but it was in vain as he pierced nothing but air. Yang Kai has again displayed his movement technique to dodge to the left side, then retaliating with his fist. Zhang Ding was unable to guard against such a surprise attack, and with his pitiful yell his arm ruptured audibly and he fell to the ground. The fist from Yang Kai had struck his shoulder blade. The Yuan Qi which invaded him was quite pure. This type of Yuan Qi couldn't be possessed by a martial artist at the Qi transforming stage, and this staggered Zhang Ding further. Although it had been only a few sessions of double cultivation with Su Yan, the remarkable effect of the joyous unification art was already showing. His Yuan Qi has been tempered to an extraordinary degree. The purity of the Yuan Qi present in Yang Kai's body had far surpassed his current boundary. All of this was due to the joyous unification art. The old demon seized the chance to take control of the soul-breaking all and struck the sword in Zhang Ding's hand. Master and servant both attacked in coordination flawlessly and relentlessly. No chances were given to Zhang Ding to recover, and within 5 minutes Zhang Ding was covered in blood from head to toe. With the turn of events, Zhang Ding was stupefied and ran out of strength to fight back. He knew that if he didn't run, he would die here. But Yang Kai and the old demon did not give him any chance to run. They had already blocked all his escape routes thoroughly. The burning sun's blast made Zhang Ding vomit fresh blood, and he lost his concentration. Once again, the old demon saw the opportunity and took it, entering Zhang Ding's body through the soul-breaking all. Similarly to his previously confused comrades, Zhang Ding showed a perplexed expression. Gradually, his eyes began to lose focus and he fell. After that, the old demon suddenly reappeared whilst laughing wildly, changing into a black fog and vanishing into Yang Kai's fingertips. In this war, the old demon swallowed a lot of souls, which helped him recover greatly. Yang Kai stood on the same spot gasping for breath. The fight drained him of Yuan Qi. This time, he hadn't used the indomitable will of the golden skeleton because the fight with Zhang Ding didn't bring too much pressure nor a sense of crisis. But Yang Kai realized that his strength at the moment was too low. If Zhang Ding was not already injured, if his sneak attack didn't go well, and if not for his Dantian having stores of Yang liquid, he couldn't have fought with an expert of that level in the manner that he did. Only 3 moves of the Burning Sun's blast was needed to use up all the Yuan Qi present in an expert of the Qi transformation stage. If it was someone else in place of Yang Kai, that person would be a dry corpse now. When he fought with Zhang Ding, he had used almost 10 moves of the Burning Sun's blast on top of the collaboration of attacks between him and the old demon, both of which was needed to kill him. Such difficulty would be almost impossible to be overcome by someone else of the same stage. Yang Kai regained composure after a hefty amount of time. Then slowly, he walked towards the carriage. As the sound of footsteps drew nearer, the 3 women in the carriage became nervous and Chui Er asked in a shivering voice, "Is that you, little beggar?" "Emicham." Yang Kai sounded worn. The curtains of the carriage drew and Chui Er's pale cheeks came into view from behind. The madam and the young lady also looked anxiously at him. "What happened to them?" Chui Er asked, looking around. "They're dead." Chui Er covered her mouth immediately as she looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. The madam and the young lady exhaled the breaths they held in surprise. They thought that they were surely doomed and had never imagined that they would live through such a hopeless situation. The feeling of death just brushing past them weakened their bodies. In processing what had happened thus far, the three women felt as if they had turned into jelly. "You don't need to come out of the carriage. I will look around for survivors," Xianxia urged. He then turned around towards the bonfire to seek for a living soul. Eventually, Xianxia walked back from the site with a solemn look. "How is it?" the madam inquired with an intense look. "Everyone is dead," Xianxia muttered while shaking his head. Zhang Ding and his group were definitely through. The people who died in their sleep were struck at their vital points, and the people who died fighting laid maimed and similarly lifeless. Of the entire convoy, only Xianxia and three women were alive. The young lady sobbed from inside the carriage. Cui Er's eyes were red and swollen, and her tears showed no sign of stopping. She kept rubbing her eyes. The madam had seen many great storms, so though she grieved heavily in her heart, she suppressed her tears. "Birds die in pursuit of food," the madam whispered. She seemed to be taunting, ridiculing, and reprimanding someone softly. Xianxia watched the three women wallow in their misery, but he interrupted by asking, "So, what are you going to do now? Do you still want to go to Sea City?" The madam regained her focus and gave a slight nod. She looked at Xianxia hopefully and requested, "Young hero, can you please escort us through the wild to the city?" All around them was wilderness and outside of the reach of the law of any country. After experiencing such trauma, how would they dare to continue traveling without the escorts? Cui Er wrapped her hands around Xianxia's arm and pitifully asked, "Little beggar, you have no other choice. You have to be responsible for us." "Cui Er," the madam reproached, "you should not be so impolite." Before they knew Xianxia was no little beggar but an expert in fighting, they paid little heed to him. Now that Xianxia became their benefactor, their impoliteness has faded. Xianxia glanced at Cui Er and agreed, "Since it's only about a day away from where we are, I will escort you." "Many thanks, young hero," the madam huffed in relief. "I knew you wouldn't abandon us." Cui Er thanked enthusiastically, compared to the madam who picked her words carefully. The young lady, whom at this point had not yet spoken a word, suddenly opened her mouth to express her gratitude in a high, sharp voice. "The smell of blood is filling the air. This will attract many monsters. It would be best if we were to depart as soon as possible. We should arrive at Sea City by tomorrow evening." The madam hesitated, but she asked anyway, "Young hero, could I trouble you with something?" "What is it?" Xianxia probed, looking at her. "Many people who died here tonight lost their lives protecting us, and I don't want their corpses to be violated by animals, monsters, or the weather." She hadn't finished speaking when Xianxia's face showed clear disagreement. He could kill anyone at a moment's notice, but it's a pain to bury corpses, especially since there were many of them here. It would take quite a while to finish burying them. The madam is a knowledgeable person. She can distinguish a person's answer by his expression. She forced a smile and continued, "If you don't want to, I understand. There is no need for the young hero to exhaust his strength. Cui Er and young lady, come with me. We need to bury old man Wu. As for the others, let's just leave them as they are." "Okay." Cui Er nods and looks at Xianxia fearlessly and waves a fist at him. Xianxia looked at the three and made way for them. Cui Er, the madam, and the young lady came out of the carriage and uneasily looked at the corpses. With white faces, they gathered swords from the corpses. Then, each holding the sword with both hands, they sought for a suitable place to dig. Old man Wu must have been cherished by them. Otherwise, the madam wouldn't have insisted on burying him. The three females began to dig. Xianxia moved towards the bodies and started collecting the deceased's valuables. Once he finished, he approached the three toiling women. They had only dug less than an inch of dirt. The madam and young lady were high society women, and right now they were reduced to digging. They did not have the proper tools to dig, and they were falling over and stumbling from the hard work. Xianxia watched them and became cautious. The smell of blood in this place is stacking. It might attract wolves to this place. If they turn up, we won't be able to get away from them. Yang Kai commented. The madam and the young lady listened and their faces turned pale. Cui Er shivered from anger. She dropped the broadsword and stomped in front of Yang Kai. Then with her two small fists she began to pound Yang Kai's chest and shouted. You are discouraging us. I have given you so many snacks. Such a waste. As she scolded Yang Kai, a long, eerie howl came from between the trees. The howl petrified not only the madam and the young lady, but Cui Er as well. She settled down and stepped closer to Yang Kai and asked timidly, Are there really wolves here? All right, you three tidy up the precious belongings. Yang Kai ordered. I will dig. Truthfully, if the madam had mentioned before that they only needed to bury old man Wu, Yang Kai wouldn't have declined. After all, in the few days they spent together he was always his side. It's embarrassing to take back words that have been said, however, but he was able to find the appropriate opportunity to give a hand. Many thanks, young hero, the madam politely thanked. She then took the young lady and Cui Er to the second carriage to reorganize it. Shortly afterwards, Yang Kai managed to dig a proper hole and buried old man Wu's body in it. On the other side, the three females have also tidied up, and the precious things that they didn't have space for can only be thrown away, to be found by a lucky passerby. Let's go. Yang Kai herded them into the carriage and proceeded to take old man Wu's seat on the driver's, taking his horsewhip in hand and memorized the track and direction in which they had been moving. He then cracked the whip and ushered the horses to pull. In the dark night, they distanced themselves from the bloodbath. Although it was the first time Yang Kai was driving a carriage, it was manageable thanks to the horsewhip. The horsewhip had traces of old man Wu's martial arts skills that Yang Kai could detect. Slowly, he began to sense the martial art. His understanding started to become more and more profound. As the time passed by, his sensibility to the whip began to fuse. The next day, early in the morning, Cui Er called for a break from inside the carriage. Yang Kai listened and stopped the carriage at an appropriate spot. Cui Er lit a fire and started to prepare food hurriedly. Their brush with death last night removed any sense of security they had. They were restless the entire night, unable to even get a wink of sleep. They didn't have appetite too, but they needed to eat to maintain their strength. When they moved out again, Cui Er didn't return inside the carriage, but instead, she sat beside Yang Kai and looked at him from the corner of her eyes curiously. As time passed, her curiosity got the better of her and she asked, Aren't you just a little beggar? Of course I'm not, Yang Kai replied superciliously. Then I think I can safely assume that you are a young master of some aristocratic family running away from a marriage. You ran away without any money and therefore you look like a beggar, Cui Er said using her bold imagination. Yang Kai laughed. Did you listen to these types of fairy tales as a child? No, I have never listened to such stories during my childhood, but I listened to the young lady mentioning these incidents frequently and they are frankly quite amusing. A young master running away from home because of marriage and roams the world, meeting difficulties in life. Before she finished speaking, the madam coughed from inside the carriage. Cui Er stuck out her tongue at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled faintly and cracked the horsewhip again. Hours later, Yang Kai noticed a strange thing on the horizon. He turned vigilant and asked suddenly, Some people are blocking the way ahead. Do any of you know why they are doing so? The madam suggested in a surprised voice. Perhaps they are from the Miao family. The Miao family home was the madam's ultimate destination. He received this information from Cui Er. Yang Kai also knew from their conversations that the young lady and the Miao family young master were betrothed to each other when they were babies. After the master died, the madam led the young lady to Sea City, firstly to seek asylum and secondly to marry off the young lady so that they could settle down in Sea City. Did you notify the Miao family of your pending arrival? Yang Kai asked. Since we have arrived at your destination, I no longer need to travel with you. Yang Kai relaxed. Cui Er asked anxiously, Little beggar, are you leaving? You don't want to give me up? Yang Kai teased, turning to Cui Er. You want to die? Cui Er blushed. The madam and the young lady are sitting in the back and this scoundrel boy is harassing me. Yang Kai continued, Madam, I hope you will not reveal last night's incident to anyone. The madam was stunned at Yang Kai's request, but she remembered Cui Er's bold speculation. Was he really a young master of some family running away from a marriage arrangement so he did not want his status exposed? The madam nodded. Young hero, you don't need to worry. We were rescued by an expert who was passing by last night. That's good to hear, Yang Kai smiled. Soon after, the carriage arrived at the blockade. A person emerged from the crowd with his fists cupped. He asked resoundingly, May I ask, does this carriage belong to the Jiang family? The madam echoed from the carriage. Yes, it is. The mysterious person grinned excitedly, but he controlled his emotions and welcomed the ladies. Miao Huaqing, your little brother, welcomes you. The man started sobbing suddenly. In the past, elder brother and I parted. In a flash, 10 years passed by, but didn't I expect that we would part forever? The time we spent together is a period I remember it clearly like it was just yesterday. Sniffling could be heard from the madam and the young lady from inside the carriage. Cui Er's eyes also turned red. The madam consoled, Brother, please restrain your grief. Miao Huaqing said, Sister, you don't need to mind me. You have suffered more than me. There was no reply. Miao Huaqing broke the silence and found the need to show manners. Sister, you must be very tired, but please, you need to persevere for a half-day more, and we will finally arrive at Sea City. While speaking, his eyes fell on Yang Kai and furrowed his brows. Why is there a beggar here? The madam narrated her recollection of the event last night in a few words and concluded. Afterwards, we were lucky enough to bump into a competent little beggar who agreed to help us drive the carriage. If Zhang Ding didn't die, I would have killed him today. No, not only would I have killed him, I would have torn him to shreds too. Miao Huaqing growled in anger. He then looked at Yang Kai and urged, Little beggar, you can get down from there. You have worked hard. Yang Kai complied with a single nod and jumped down from the carriage. Miao Huaqing then signaled to someone, and a person came forward and gifted Yang Kai a silver ingot as a reward. Yang Kai would have to put up an act of sorts, obviously. After all, he was playing the role of a beggar. With the payment in hand, he expressed his gratitude profusely. Let's move, Miao Huaqing shouted, sitting beside the carriage's new driver. Everyone gathered to form a group and then moved together towards Sea City. They shot forward and kicked up a dust cloud. Yang Kai stood on the same spot and watched the carriage depart. He saw 3 people staring at him from the window of the carriage. Although he was sad for the unfortunate bitter experience of this widow from the Jiang family, he couldn't do anything else for her. Since they met only by chance, they are likely to never meet again. Once the carriage disappeared from sight, Yang Kai followed the convoy, Old Man Wu's horsewhip still in his hand. He walked, practicing his movement technique along the way. In half a day, he finally reached the city. This city was bigger compared to Black Plum Village, but there was a distinct fishy smell in the air. It was not foul. It was a smell that inspired spirit, especially in a coastal city. It was the first time Yang Kai had visited a coastal city. He was excited, to say the least, but knew that the first thing he needed to do was buy some clothes and to look for an inn to stay, for the time being. Over the next few days, Yang Kai explored and experienced the scenery and culture within Sea City. With the beautiful seashore in sight hand in hand with the natural clean air, this place was a haven for retirement. Inside tea houses and wine shops, Yang Kai heard many fantastic stories about Sea City. Intrigued by those, he now wished to also find the rumored mirage. With such divine atmosphere, Yang Kai nearly forgot about the High Heaven Pavilion. Furthermore, there were also sects here. Not just one or two, too. If someone were to categorize all the sects within the Great Han Dynasty and include the 8 great families, High Heaven Pavilion could only be considered at best a second-tier sect. Meanwhile, the sects in Sea City varied between the first-tier to third-tier sects. Even the first-tier sects here could faintly compare with the 8 great families. However, these sects were different when compared to those from inland. They occupied big islands off the coast and mostly received cultivation resources from the islands they inhabited. It was mentioned that the outstandingly talented disciples from the sects, The beautiful soil and wonderful scenery were what attracted disciples. Even in Sea City, with the exception of the few influential families here, some cultivation disciples would visit. They were probably influenced by the distribution of the island sex. Within the islands they inhabit, the worldly energy was more concentrated compared to that of the one inland. Thus, the cultivation speed was also faster. Generally, the more talented disciples from the island sex would remain on their respective islands except for certain rare occasions. They would send out the weaker or non-talented disciples to Sea City. There weren't many of them. Xianxia saw the prosperity of Sea City when he strolled along its shores, watching the ebbing tides endearingly. He could feel a trace of sensibility that was similar to the whipping technique from the late old man Wu. With each mighty wave fluctuation and powerful strike, ebbing and flowing, Xianxia lit up with a very subtle and gradual awareness. This was a natural force that could not be rushed, just like the waves. Whip strikes come in rapid waves, and when facing something hard, they ebb and flow, retreating only to come forth and strike once again. After observing the crashing waves, he felt like a door in front of him was slowly opening up. Failing to even consider neglecting such an opportunity, he calmly stood still as a miraculous jolt ran through his mind. Xianxia's own personal awareness of martial arts was now slowly fusing with the newfound knowledge that was similar to Old Man Wu's whipping technique. Unaware of how much time has passed, Xianxia seemed to have fallen asleep standing, with the whistling sound of the sea breeze and loud crashes of the water ringing in his ears. When Xianxia finally opened his eyes again, he had the making of someone who just underwent an indescribable epiphany. Activating his movement technique, Xianxia's whole being started glimmering like a speck of light in smoke. He effortlessly stepped atop the waves approaching the shore, launching himself from one wave to the other without allowing a single drop of water to stay on him. After doing this another 15 times, he released his yuan qi and dropped into the waters. Even though he was now soaked, he was still radiantly smiling. Turning around to face the approaching wave, he clenched his fist. Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. The air around Xianxia's fist exploded with 3 rapid thunder-like peals as his fist coated with 3 layers of yuan qi collided with the wave, creating a huge vacuum beneath the water. Up to this point, the martial arts awareness that he had gained from observing Old Man Wu and the sea waves had completely assimilated into him. This change was further applied into Burning Sun's blast, which produced 3 layers of strong yuan qi on his fist. This caused his strike to become like the wave, increasing the difficulty of guarding against his attacks. Genius! The old demon was too shocked for words. A few days ago, he was already stunned from Xianxia's capabilities to sense and create his own original martial skill. Within such a short period of time, he had also obtained a deeper understanding of it, improving on his foundations. Although it has been a long time since I was alive, just how much has this world changed? The old demon thought as his heart became restless. Crawling out onto the beach, Xianxia saw a small little girl with wheat-colored skin and an impressively messy hair looking at him with a silly look. Judging from her appearance, this girl was probably 7 to 8 years old. She had a pair of big, bright eyes and wore homespun clothing with obvious patches sewn onto it. She stood on the sand with her bare feet as her small mouth opened and closed. Since the people who lived by the seaside tend to be exposed to the sun, their skin tone would not generally be white. As such, it was obvious that her skin was healthy. Xianxia smiled at the little girl, trying to play the role of a well-mannered and cultivated human being, portraying that he was a harmless being. As he walked towards her cautiously, he cursed himself for being too indulgent with sensing and failing to notice the presence of a little girl. Perhaps he had scared her. Detecting that she was frightened, Xianxia did not revolve his yuan qi to dry himself as he continued to walk. He stopped in front of the little girl and squatted down. With a gentle voice accompanying his soft smile, he asked, "Little girl, what are you doing here?" The small girl blinked a few times at him. Within those adorable eyelids was innocence without a shred of impurity. Xianxia felt weighed down by his conscience. For a man who does evil deeds, be it for good or bad, it was almost certain that such a pair of eyes would make a man be consumed by their own guilt. Looking at Xianxia for a moment, She slowly stretched her hand out to pass him something. When Yang Kai's vision shifted towards her hand, he saw a grilled fish. "Is that for me?" Yang Kai asked, his heart filled with warmth. The little girl gently nodded and forced the grilled fish into Yang Kai's hand and quickly scampered away, leaving only tracks of her lovely small footprints in the sand. When she was about to disappear in the distance, she turned around to get a final check on Yang Kai, but this time, she unexpectedly returned to his side and tugged on his clothes, pointing to the distance as though asking him, "Follow me." Yang Kai did not resist the little girl. She pulled him forward and he followed along. Though he was unsure of her intentions, her pure and adorable eyes already ascertained her innocence to him. After walking a short distance, they arrived in front of a crude room. The little girl lifted her arm to point at the room, indicating Yang Kai to get inside. "Are we going in?" Yang Kai asked. The girl gave a nod. Chuckling, Yang Kai felt like he was walking through the doors of his very own home, though he was nothing more than a guest here. Before he managed to take his first step into the room, an old man appeared out of the blue. This old man presented himself as ruthless, but his body was fragile as he waddled with an obvious limp. The old man was taken aback by Yang Kai's appearance. To prevent any misunderstanding, Yang Kai quickly opened his mouth to ask, "Elder, are you a family member of this little girl?" The old man gave a smile and beckoned the little girl with his hand. "Xiaoyu, come here." The little girl shook her head and made an effort to pull on Yang Kai's clothes, implying to him to move closer towards the old man. The old man smiled sweetly while looking at the boy in front of him. "Little brother, come in. Xiaoyu is afraid that if you stay outside any longer, you will freeze to death. Come in and dry yourself." Yang Kai's shoulders dropped. "It's weird that she only wanted me to come here for this reason alone. Since they've already invited me, it would be impolite to reject. Thank you for your hospitality." Entering the house with Xiaoyu, Yang Kai scanned the room, only to have his heart fill with pain. This family was a stellar example of poverty. Aside from a bed and the broken cotton-wadded quilt, there was nothing else noteworthy. Coming close to something like this dissipated the idea of the prosperity of Sea City in Yang Kai's mind. While he was staying in the city, he knew of rich men who could indulge in life's greatest pleasures freely. At the same time, the abyss of suffering for the two caused alarm bells to go off in his head. In order to dry his clothes, Xiaoyu quickly went to prepare to light a fire and drew Yang Kai to stand close to the pit of charcoal. Xiaoyu managed to ignite the fire pit, but even when indoors, the sea breeze outside seeped through. The wind was strong enough to blow up dust within the room and sparks from the fire. The old man would cough several times whenever the breeze struck. Yang Kai and the old man sat on the ground, silent about their lack of chairs. "Little brother, are you a cultivator?" The old man placed Xiaoyu on his lap. "What makes you think so?" Yang Kai was caught off guard with the question. After all, he was presently restraining his aura. No cultivator of the true element boundary and below should be able to notice it. This was of course with the exception of those who practice spiritual awareness, cultivators in the immortal Ascension boundary. He would have never guessed that this old fisherman was capable of telling he was a cultivator. The old man seemed to giggle under his breath as he smiled. "Little brother, you've been standing still on the beach for several days now. How is it possible that an average person could endure something like that? For several days now?" Yang Kai felt his heart constrict for a second. The last time he was not able to feel time pass. Once again it happened. He was unable to sense his surroundings. He realized that if he were to ever again engage in such deep comprehension, he would need to find a suitable hiding spot in case someone were to take the opportunity to attack him. "Xiaoyu went over to check on you every day. If that wasn't the case, do you think that this old man would dare to allow you to enter this room?" "I'm not a bad guy," Yang Kai awkwardly reassured with a smile on his face. Whilst they spoke, Xiaoyu looked at the grilled fish in Yang Kai's hand and points at it. I eat. Xiaoyu is really clever." Yang Kai took a bite out of the fish. Although it was already cold, it was still quite fresh and tender. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly while saying, "Delicious." Xiaoyu grinned. By the time he had finished sucking every last meat out of the fish bones, his clothes had dried. Xianxia thought for a little and hesitantly asked, "Mister, why is Xiaoyu not speaking?" The fisherman's face immediately turned depressed as he gently stroked Xiaoyu's head. "It is not that she is mute, but due to a certain incident that happened to the family, she is no longer willing to speak." Xianxia sighed. He had guessed that Xiaoyu was mute due to an inborn illness. If that was the case, he could possibly find a way to treat her. However, he had not expected that she would be unwilling to speak. If it is a knot within her heart, we would need to untie the knot to cure her. Elsewise, she would never open her mouth again. Seeing that the old man was not willing to further talk about the matter, Xianxia refrained from probing to avoid bringing up unpleasant memories. "It seems like it is getting late. Little brother, if you don't have a place to sleep, you can stay over for the night." The old man stood up while trembling as Xiaoyu hastily supported him. "Thank you for your hospitality." Xianxia stood up and bowed. Since the room was small and there was only one bed that the old man and Xiaoyu shared, which Xianxia slept on the floor. The howling gales of the sea breeze kept him awake. "In my 3 years of living at High Heaven Pavilion, I had it hard enough. But compared to these people, could my experiences even considered to be suffering? Even if the old man is a fisherman, could he actually bring in fish every day to eat and support the two of them?" Midnight clocked in and Xianxia heard footsteps approaching from the outside, abruptly waking him up. Before his visit, Xianxia looked for traces of other people living close by, but there was only the pair sleeping right now. It was already a surprise to hear others walking about so late at night, but what's more astonishing was the fact that the footsteps indicated that the people approaching were cultivators. In the dimly lighted room, the sleeping old man suddenly sat up. When Xianxia took a glance, he noticed a look of panic and despair on the old man's face. "Old man." Xianxia raised his hand to signal stop. "Keep quiet." Xianxia's brows creased. He did not know what the old man feared, but he knew that it must have had something to do with the cultivators that are arriving soon. After a wait that seemed to last an eternity, the footsteps came to a halt and what remained was the creaks and knocks from the worn-out door. The loud, sudden bang caused Xiaoyu to wake up. Trembling in fear, she immediately jumped to hug her grandfather. Meanwhile, Xianxia's face turned icy cold. "Old geezer, open up the door." A voice from behind the doors angrily shouted. "Don't you know that opening the door for guests is basic courtesy?" A second voice added on. The old man supported his granddaughter in his embrace as an angry and indignant look flashed across his face. However, he knew very well that he was powerless. Opening his mouth to comfort the little girl in his arms, he muttered in a soft and low voice, "Xiaoyu, don't be scared. Xiaoyu, don't fear. Your grandfather is here. Your grandfather is here. Don't be scared." The leading person on the other side of the door was obviously not a patient man. Realizing that the old man had no desire to open the door, he directly kicked it down and allowed the sea breeze outside to engulf the room, replacing the heat inside. "You old thing." One of the crazed men came rushing in. "You're courageous. To think that you actually dare lock us out. Let's just see if I can resist stabbing you to death. What are you here for? Leave." The old man protecting his granddaughter yelled in protest. "Her father and mother have both been taken by you. Isn't it enough that you have left the two of us forsaken out here? Why can't you just leave us alone? Hey now, old man, just what kind of crude rubbish are you spouting? We simply invited them to go to Red Cloud Island as guests to enjoy a lavish life. Now that they miss you, they specifically asked us to fetch you to them. Don't you wish for your whole family to reunite once again?" The speaker came in through the door with a huge grin plastered onto his face. However, when he saw Xianxia, he began to stare at the youngster with vigilance. When he could not manage to find any trace of Xianxia being a cultivator, he assumed that he was an average human being and left the boy alone while asking himself, did this family have so many people in it? The old man began to cry out, "This type of fortune is something we ordinary families cannot enjoy. Could you two be so kind as to bring this child's parents back? She misses them very, very much." "You old thing." You are being too unappreciative. One of the men barked. As long as you follow us back to Red Cloud Island, you will reunite with them. What are you shrieking and crying about? Ever since these two cultivators entered the room, Xianxia had been listening and gathering information. Red Cloud Island was owned by the Red Cloud sect. This sect was not worth mentioning to High Heaven Pavilion since it was a third-rate sect. Xianxia was unaware of the reasoning behind their need to capture them. However, from the conversation, he could at least understand that this was not the first time here. The old man had said before that Xiaoyu stopped speaking after something happened to her family. He should be referring to this matter. Normally, Xianxia would never pry into someone's personal business. Even when he helped Cui Air, he just wanted to repay her for her caretaking. Xianxia could not sit idly by as the kind girl and her grandfather get threatened, especially after the kindness they showed him. Their actions filled Xianxia with gratitude, and Xiaoyu, the pure and honest kind girl, touched his heart. Although the two men were in the Qi transformation stage, they were lacking in skills to fight. Xianxia was confident that he could beat them with relative ease. However, the area they were currently in was not suitable for a battle. Furthermore, with a sect behind them, he did not wish to further implicate the old man and Xiaoyu. He decided that he needed to form out a well-thought-out plan. I beg you two to free her parents. Please, let them reunite. The old man choked up with emotions and began to sob, kneeling down and repeatedly kowtowing on top of the bed. Old geezer, you have a gift for maddening people. The Red Cloud sect's cultivators opened their foul mouths to taunt, preparing to take their first step to start an assault. However, before anything could happen, Xianxia interrupted them. Boy, who are you? The Red Cloud sect's cultivator roared, but this was a question he held back on asking since they were busy with the old man. Xianxia spoke with a smile on his face. I am their distant relative. Distant relative? The speaker looked at Xianxia with eyes filled with doubt and interrogated him. So, what is the purpose of your visit? Xianxia answered, my business outside had just gone bankrupt, so I sought shelter here. I could not have possibly imagined that my mother's sister's husband's mother's married sister and her husband had been taken by the Red Cloud sect. I had admired the Red Cloud sect for such a long time. I've always felt that the sect was my calling, but I did not have the means to join. Now, as though heaven had given me my wish, you two were delivered to me. Please, would you two be so kind as to accommodate and lead me to Red Cloud Island? Xianxia's tone was extremely and unusually humble. He also appeared to be a little nervous, leaving the two Red Cloud sect cultivators dumbstruck. To think that there are people actually willing to go to the island. Is this boy an idiot, or is he just insane? The two men squinted their eyes as they stared at Xianxia doubtfully and silently. Xianxia quickly made himself seem embarrassed. Sirs, I have just arrived at Sea City today and I'm somewhat short on money. But rest assured, if I manage to get into Red Cloud sect, I will definitely return the both of you the favor as my fellow brothers of the sect. Is he actually trying to bribe us? The two Red Cloud sect cultivators looked at each other in confusion. They have been going around trying to abduct innocent people. From their experience, they were certain that Xianxia was simply an idiot, judging by how his response has been so different from their other abductees. But, if he is willing to come, why doesn't he just use the normal means to join? Why would you announce that you were from somewhere else so willingly? Strangers from foreign areas are people that those in Sea City love to push around. Xianxia looked at them anxiously while his heart pounded vigorously. Although he had no idea what they do to normal people, this was the only way to save the old man and his granddaughter. If we are going to take away the old man and the little girl, why don't we also take in this capable young man? After the two men stared at Xianxia, they suddenly laughed and patted his shoulders. Good, good. Your heart already has Red Cloud sect in it. How could we possibly be cruel enough to deny you from joining? Besides, you seem rather young and sturdy, not to mention smart enough. If you decide to practice martial arts, you will certainly be a rare talent. In the future, when you rapidly climb up the path within the sect, make sure you never forget the favor the both of us have provided. I can't forget. I definitely will not forget. The three of them looked at each other and laughed. while the two Red Cloud sect cultivators criticized Yang Kai as a fool. On the other hand, Yang Kai thought those two as idiots. Staring at them was the old man and the little girl, trembling on top of the bed. Only after a long time did Yang Kai restrain his laughter and spoke. "Sirs, is it good enough to bring me over to the Red Cloud sect? Bringing an old man and little girl to travel along will just hinder us." Naturally, this issue was the most pressing for Yang Kai. If they were not willing to let them off, Yang Kai would have no choice but to slaughter them here and now. After all that nonsense he spat at them, he had to ask this question. Of course, Yang Kai had thought of the situation before acting. He was well aware that the Red Cloud sect was capable of sustaining itself due to human labor. Regardless of gender or age, so long as they were human, they could contribute. Now that they have Yang Kai as their new recruit, there was no need to take the old man and the little girl. If they were to lose their lives during the journey, it would just be unlucky. Listening to Yang Kai's logic, one of them nods. "MHM, you make a point. That old thing keeps rejecting our kind intentions to reunite them with their family anyway. He is old. I would ask that you two fellow brothers forgive him." Yang Kai smiles. "Since you have decided to join Red Cloud sect, we cannot return too late. We shall depart now." Since the two Red Cloud sect cultivators had completed their task, they impatiently wished to leave the small and depressing room. "Can you two please leave first? I need to say goodbye to them. Just hurry up." The two cultivators had bought into his story completely and waited outside. Once they left, Yang Kai slowly stepped to the side of the bed and looked at the shivering old man and little girl. The old man was an astute person. Moments ago, when Yang Kai was speaking to the Red Cloud sect cultivators, he dared not make a sound, fearing that he would give away some information. Even now, he was still quaking with fear as he spoke. "Little brother, why? Red Cloud Island is not a place for human beings." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Old sir, you don't have to worry. I've already thought it through. Did you actually forget that I'm a cultivator as well?" The dull eyes of the old man had sparkled after he felt a slight sense of relief. Yang Kai placed his hand into his chest pocket and took out a bag of money he had collected from the deceased martial artist the other day. He placed it in the old man's palms and urged, "Early tomorrow morning, leave Sea City with Xiaoyu. Make sure to go as far away as possible." After speaking his piece, Yang Kai caressed the top of Xiaoyu's head before turning around to leave. When the sound of footsteps gradually disappeared, the old man in the room opened the bag in his hand and quivered. 120. Uncontrollable tears began to flow out from the old man's eyes. He pulled Xiaoyu to make a bow and deeply urged her. "Xiaoyu, being a human being means one must be grateful. Make sure you carve the appearance of that elder brother into your mind. If you ever meet him in the future, even if you have to work as his servant or die for him, you must repay this debt. Do you understand?" Xiaoyu nodded enthusiastically. Her face was not flustered with fear or excitement. Instead, it was visibly tranquil. Outside of the room, Yang Kai went off with the two Red Cloud sect cultivators. He was looking for an opportunity to kill off these two men, but the situation was more than what he could have anticipated. Apparently, the Red Cloud sect cultivators were supposed to set out tonight. Furthermore, the whole group totaled up to be 20 people with a true element boundary cultivator acting as their leader. Under such circumstances, Yang Kai could not possibly stand a chance. This true element boundary cultivator was unlike Zhang Ding, who was injured and weak at the time Yang Kai fought him. For matters to escalate like this, Yang Kai was not startled, since they only thought of him as a normal human being. So long as he is patient enough, he will find an opportunity to escape. Once they gathered at the seashore in front of the 3 steamships, the two cultivators gave Yang Kai no further attention. Like the flip of a coin, their attitude had completely changed. Now they were condescending and cocky, frequently sneering as though they were taunting him. It seemed as though they were saying, "You fool! You have joined an evil sect." Of course, Yang Kai no longer bothered himself with them. Through the passage of time, more and more people gathered in front of the steamships. The flow seemed to never end. These were civilians, People were either shedding tears or cursing angrily. In front of such a spectacle, the Red Cloud sect members ignored them as though this was a common sight. The people gathered here were of both genders. Most of them were beggars, while the rest were fishermen. However, there was not one person present who seemed to have a wealthy background. Thus, it was painfully obvious that the Red Cloud sect were only targeting poor people. Since they were powerless, it was easy to bully them without fear of them revolting. When it reached dawn, the captives that were gathered totaled up to be 30. The cultivators, under the order of the true element cultivator, rushed back onto the ship. Before the day ended, the steamships hoisted their sails and left the shore. On the ocean, waves lashed and the wind howled, but the steamship kept moving steadily towards a distant island. The more than 30 people who were weeping, wailing, and throwing curses with all their strength gradually became silent. It was as if they had broken their throats. The Red Cloud sect's martial artists also completely ignored them, and let alone welcoming them, they weren't even beating the captives, contrary to their expectations. These martial artists were very discreet. They knew that the people who were crying for their fathers and mothers couldn't even withstand pain, let alone being injured by accident. Xianxia sat in a corner of the deck and watched what was happening with an indifferent expression. It was as if he was completely apart from the situation. He was silent, unlike the rest of captives, and drew no attention to himself. Since they set sail, it had almost been an hour, and they were almost 50 kilometers from Sea City. Xianxia was analyzing the situation of the true element boundary expert on the ship and was pondering, if I abandon the ship now, can I escape with my life? By his chi transforming stage strength, Xianxia didn't worry about drowning to death. He had enough strength to prevent that. What Xianxia feared most was the pursuit of the true element boundary expert. While he was hesitating with an anxious look, a senior fisherman who was caught preempted Xianxia and jumped overboard before he could make up his mind. Splash! A light sound came from the sea. Hearing this, the more than 30 individuals who were caught also became excited because of a ray of hope and moved towards the side of the ship, wanting to abandon ship and escape with the senior fisherman. But the shocking thing was these Red Cloud sect martial artists didn't try to stop them but just sneered while looking at them. Xianxia felt that something was off. They used a lot of energy to catch these common people, so they would not let them escape this easily. Suddenly, a sad, shrill and pitiful yell came from the water. This voice was of the senior fisherman who had just abandoned the ship. Hearing this sound, everyone who was trying to escape rushed towards the side of ship in a hurry and then stared with big eyes into the sea. What happened? There are monster beasts below us. Below there are monster beasts who will eat people. These common people were struck by fear and their courage to abandon ship was blown apart. On the ship, the Red Cloud sect martial artists looked at everyone and said with a sneer, "Do you want to know what that thing was?" Not waiting for them to reply, he took out a flare from the side and threw it into the sea. With the help of the illumination, many people were frightened because of what they saw in the sea. The sea was covered with a layer of blood. The senior fisherman had been divided into many parts by this time. Under the sea there were many fierce fish beasts hidden which were jumping and following the steamship and were eating the corpse of the senior fisherman with large gulps. This will be the fate of anyone who abandons the ship, that Red Cloud sect martial artist said with a sneer. Many people vomited after seeing the scene. After all, they were common people who had never seen such disgusting bloodshed. Xianxia in heart suddenly understood that he had to give up the idea of abandoning the ship and escaping. The monster beasts who were following the ship in the sea were probably raised by Red Cloud's island. In the water, these monster beasts were the kings and he was just a chi transforming stage martial artist. There was simply no way of escaping from them. Everyone listen to me, the Red Cloud sect martial artist said in a loud voice. He then swept the whole crowd with his sharp eyes and continued, "If you don't want to die, then be obedient and stay on the ship. After an hour or two we will arrive at Red Cloud's island. You should not think that we caught you to be free labor. This is my Red Cloud's island giving you an opportunity. On the island there are endless delicious delicacies and they can be yours if you have the skill to obtain it. As long as you pass the test of my Red Cloud sect you can become a disciple from that time onwards. Then you can become the one to invite the other batch in the coming month to give them the opportunity to become martial artists. The people kept their mouths shut. Obviously, they didn't believe the words spoken by him. They could not rebuke the Red Cloud's sect martial artist, so they could only remain silent. However, once this matter settled down, the normal person who was caught didn't dare to make noise again and didn't even dare to have any thoughts of escaping. Under the ship there were monster beasts who ate humans. So, how would they even have the courage to escape? The steamship continued to navigate the sea. After a long time passed, Xianxia heard a person saying, "Finally returned home. Yeah, I am dead exhausted. We must come out once every month. If things like this continue on, we would be like those people, young and not breathing. We have gotten a good number of normal people. They should be able to support us for a while. We probably won't need to go out and catch them anytime soon." Xianxia opened his eyes to look towards the front and only saw the outline of a foggy island in front of his eyes. This island was not small. Xianxia estimated that the area of the island was about 4 to 5 times that of Sea City. But the feeling that the island gave was very strange. His present eyes were out of the ordinary, and when he looked at the island the left half was not quite the same as right half. The right peninsula was covered with a layer of dim mist, making it quite hard to see through, making it look mysterious. According to the direction of the ship, it was going towards the left peninsula. After a long time, the steamship's speed gradually slowed down, and finally it stopped when it approached the shore. The Red Cloud's sect disciple lowered the rope ladder from the deck, then ordered the shaking common people, "Disembark!" Although the more than 30 individuals were in a panic, they did as ordered and jumped down from the steamship and finally stood on land. Many people fell down because their legs had turned to jelly because of fear from the man-eating monster beasts under the ship. There were many fishermen on board. Fishing was their livelihood, but they had never bumped into this type of monster beast. "You, take that quiet one," the true element boundary expert said to his 2 disciples. "Yes, Uncle Master." The 2 disciples compiled respectfully. Then the 2 caught Xianxia on either side. "Move. We will take you to a life filled with fulfillment." The 2 Red Cloud's sect disciples had not embraced these common people. They caught Xianxia and lead the common people with him. Xianxia showed a look of innocence and accompanied them with a smile and asked, "Senior apprentice brothers, when will we enter the sect?" One of them rebuked Xianxia with a sneer. "Who is your apprentice brother?" The other one also lost his patience but still gave a patient reply. "Do not be so anxious. Didn't you hear on the ship? As long as you are able to pass the test of my Red Cloud sect, you will be able to enlist yourself as a disciple, and then you will be given entry into the sect and you will be able to cultivate martial arts." "So what is this test about?" Xianxia asked again. "Test, hey. It's a very simple test. You only need to pick up something. Now don't ask any more. When the time comes you will know." That person thought that Xianxia was easy to deceive, so he said while patting his shoulder, "If you are good, then we always have an opportunity to become fellow apprentices, little brother. You have just come to Red Cloud's island, so you don't need to be worried about it just yet. You can have all the delicious delicacies every day, until the test, and when the time for test comes, naturally someone will inform you." Xianxia gave a nod as he was unable to inquire any further. He could only give up on any further inquiry. However, Red Cloud's island was truly a good place for cultivation. Here the world energy was richer compared with the High Heaven Pavilion. It was no wonder the sects tried to establish their schools on islands, as islands were good places for cultivation. This point made them superior to the land-based sections. Moreover, the island was filled with many rare treasures, the type of things that couldn't be seen on the land. Perhaps after seeing the beautiful scenery of Red Cloud's island, the mood of the common people who were captured also stabilized. They moved forward while looking at the surrounding scenery. One of the 2 Red Cloud's sect disciples gives a reminder. "Do not run all over the place on the island. There are also man-eating monster beasts on the island. If you run all over the island, then no one will be able to save you." If the common people were told that there were monster beasts on the island, then it would not have too much effect. But if they were told that there were man-eating monster beasts on the island, then even if this was just a bluff, it would produce the desired result. And it really was effective. After hearing him say that, Many people became silent and they suddenly remembered the fate of the senior fisherman on the steamship which they just got off. They followed a specific path which, after walking for about an hour, led them to their final destination. At the destination there were other Red Cloud's sect disciples to aid them. After seeing more than 30 common people in the giant courtyard, they said with a light smile, "Two apprentice brothers worked hard. This time you had quite a good harvest. This time we found more people compared to several months ago. I will hand them over to apprentice brother to manage." Apprentice brother, feel at ease. After talking some more, the two Red Cloud's sect disciples then departed. After they walked off, the Red Cloud's sect disciple who was responsible for aiding them waved his hands and said, "You all, come with me." After entering the courtyard, Xianxia looked around and discovered that fence had surrounded an area of a few kilometers. Many small houses were built and designed for single occupancy. The more than 30 people were all arranged in these small houses. Xianxia also lived alone. The things in the house could not be said to be luxurious, but they at least met his basic needs. There was a bed which had a bed covering which could be folded easily. From now on you are going to live in this place. You don't need to manage anything, and even without doing anything you will be given 3 meals every day, which will be brought along by someone. Your only duty from now on is to eat your meal until you are full, have a good sleep, and improve your complexion until my Red Cloud's sect grants you the test. The disciple of Red Cloud's sect said to everyone. Hearing this words, Xianxia suddenly remembered the saying raising pigs for slaughter. He didn't believe that the Red Cloud's sect caught this many common people to let them enjoy their life. It really looked like raising pigs. Allowing them to eat to the full and having a good night's sleep will only make anyone sluggish. And when meeting the enemy one can only be butchered under his blade. What does Red Cloud's sect want to do? Xianxia really felt at a loss. However, Xianxia didn't have the means to escape now. Here, after all, was their sect, and it was situated on an isolated island. He could only escape if he can somehow get a steamship, but could that ship resist the monster beast attack? Let's just cope with it when the time comes. Xianxia lay down the burden in his heart, sat cross-legged on the bed, and started to cultivate. On the next day, someone really came with delicious delicacies. This food could only be eaten by the rich. If examined carefully, there was a slight medicinal fragrance coming from the food, so some kind of medicine must have been mixed into it. Xianxia didn't start eating right away but waited for others to finish, and after seeing that they were apparently okay, he then picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. After eating the food, this common people felt refreshed. Xianxia also felt better. Although the medicine contained in these meals was not significant, but this was good for recharging the body's vitality. After eating this type of food, not only cultivators, even average people could also live a long life. Several days passed by like that. The people who were caught didn't have any shred of complaint at the moment. They now believed completely that the Red Cloud's sect disciples said they were brought here to enjoy a happy life. These were the people who were very poor and had never been treated this way their entire lives. After being made to enjoy so many delicacies, they became too happy to think about their home and duty. However, besides these foods with medicine mixed in, the people must drink a grass fluid every day. This drink was very bitter and was advantageous to the body similarly and did not harm them. Day after day passed by, and these poor people's physiques started to become more robust compared to before. Their moods became joyful as they could eat without any worry, and they started to feel that they were in heaven. And there wasn't much limit on what they could do. Except for not leaving the courtyard, they could move around it however they liked. Xianxia eventually settled into a routine. He slipped out at night several times to investigate the situation on the island without being found out. The martial artists guarding his courtyard were only at the chi transformation stage, and they were unable to discover his trail. After scouting around several times, Xianxia discovered that in the periphery there were similar courtyards like the one in which he lived, and they were also inhabited by commoners who were caught before his batch. However, the commoners in those courtyards were different. They looked thin and their complexions were pale, almost as if they were withering. Even though they ate similar delicious foods and drank the grass fluid to recuperate, it was not enough to restore their vitality. Old Demon also felt an unusual aura coming from these people. Their bodies contained a small amount of demon chi. This demon chi wasn't a result of cultivation, but it was like it had invaded their bodies because they were either careless or unaware. This evil demon chi was nibbling away at their lives. After acquiring all this information, Xianxia faintly guessed what the Red Cloud sect wanted them for, but wasn't able to exactly pinpoint their true goal. Half a month after they were captured by the Red Cloud sect, one more routine was added to Xianxia and the common people's daily routine of eating and sleeping. That was listening respectfully and studying about various medicinal herbs that was being taught by the Red Cloud sect disciples. Everyone was given a booklet, and it contained a complete description of various kinds of rare treasure and ways to harvest them. The Red Cloud sect disciples instructed them every day for about an hour. Xianxia studied earnestly every day. After all, this type of knowledge could be used anywhere. These classes continued for half a month. It had now been a month since Xianxia arrived at the Red Cloud sect. During this month he had been cultivating in secret and made a breakthrough, arriving successfully at the second boundary of the Qi transforming stage. He didn't use any medicinal pills and broke through successfully by just absorbing world Qi. This type of achievement proved how rich the world energy was on the island. If not for the situation not being wonderful, Xianxia would have been very glad to practice here. After 1 month, early one morning, the disciple responsible for guarding their courtyard called everyone. Slaughtering start. Xianxia thought in his heart. Xianxia could guess from the clues and beforehand inquires that the Red Cloud sect wanted these commoners to go to a dangerous place to collect spirit medicines. The school disciples were unwilling to step in that dangerous place. The unnaturally cheerful voice of Red Cloud's sect disciple was heard. It has been a month since you arrived at the Red Cloud sect and everyone seems much stronger. This is a gift from my sect to you. However, in this world there is no free lunch. If you want to continue such comfortable days, then you need to work for my Red Cloud sect and show your sincerity. This is also a test. As long as you can pass, you can return here and continue your unrestrained life. The group of people became confused and looked at each other. Now follow me. He spoke no further and proceeded to lead this group of people. They tread the same path which they walked to enter the Red Cloud sect, and in the same way, they arrived at the seashore after walking for an hour and a steamship was waiting for them. Xianxia discovered that there were many people gathered on that ship. The people before him were the same ones he saw when he roamed around at night. These people were squatting on the ship, and many people were trembling with a pale complexion. When the more than 30 people also boarded, there were almost 100 commoners gathered on the ship. The commoners who had embarked first looked towards Xianxia and others. Their eyes held inexplicable expressions. These newcomers were reminiscent of themselves when they first embarked. Is everyone here? A middle-aged man who has achieved the true element boundary asked. Everyone has arrived. Set sail. That person waved his big hands and steamship started to move slowly. At this moment a panicked voice sounded. I do not want to go. I do not want to go to that damned place. Please let go of me. I don't want to go there. While saying this with a miserable howl, he stood up and staggered towards the Red Cloud sect's martial artist. His complexion was scarlet and both eyes also turned scarlet red with a tinge of insanity. When he arrived in front of Red Cloud's sect martial artist, he opened his mouth wide and bit towards him while shouting, You want me dead? I will make you die first. This person's mind has been swallowed by demon chi. He has become insane. Old demon's voice was transmitted. Bold. It looked like this wasn't the first time that something like this had happened to the Red Cloud's sect martial artist. After looking at the scene, without delay he pulled out the saber from his waist and pierced it through the chest of that person. Then with a kick, threw him off the steamship. From under the ship came the sound of monster beasts dismembering that person. Hearing that sound, everyone's hearts went cold. After killing that commoner, the Red Cloud sect martial artist gave an indifferent glance to the people present on the ship, and he said with an indifferent tone, Whoever behaves likewise will be thrown off the ship to become fish food. His body was overflowing with a murderous aura. As he swept his powerful gaze at everyone, no one dared to move or look at each other. The ship became extremely peaceful immediately. The final destination of the steamship was not a distant place, but was the right peninsular side of the island which was hidden in fog. After going around in a great circle, the steamship finally approached the shore. While Yang Kai was on the ship, he understood what kind of duty they were going to be assigned. They were needed to pick something called the Black Profound Fruit, and Yang Kai knew about this fruit. After arriving at the Red Clouds Island in the second half of the month, he had listened to the explanation of Red Cloud Sect Disciple. On the first page of the booklet which they were provided, there was a picture of jet black fruit which generally grew like grapes on a bunch. This was a speciality of Red Clouds Island, and in the nearby sea area it was only provided by Red Clouds Island. When the disciple was giving them the explanation about this black profound fruit, he was being very thorough with it. At that time Yang Kai didn't understood why he was being so thorough about this fruit, but now he finally understood. The Red Clouds sect caught the common people and brought them here. Their biggest goal was to collect this mysterious black fruit. This fruit wasn't a high-grade spirit medicine according to medical theory. It was only ordinary grade at most, so he couldn't understand why the Red Clouds sect want them. Everyone was given a medicinal basket and everyone needed to at least pick 1.5 kilograms of black profound fruit to complete the task. Naturally, if you could collect other precious materials, then, according to the value, it could be counterbalanced. This was the reason for the Red Clouds sect to teach these commoners about herbal knowledge for fear that they bumped into a rare spirit medicine but failed to notice it. More than 100 people rushed out of the steamship, but the people from the Red Clouds sect stood on the ship motionless. It appeared that the Right Peninsula was a forbidden area for them that nobody dared to visit. Then, the true element boundary expert said, "You have 3 days of time. After 3 days we will come to pick you up. If you are unable to complete the task, then you don't need to return and you can let life play its course on the island. Let's go." The steamship departed, and more than 100 commoners looked at the ship leaving with low spirit. Yang Kai and more than 30 people who were caught with him didn't even get to clarify the situation as it was their first time in this place. After a moment of standing in the same place, many people without saying a word started to move towards the interior while carrying their baskets. Gradually their population started to thin out. Yang Kai stood on the shore and looked towards them, then finally gave a sigh. There were many monster beasts moving under the sea, making it impossible to escape. Turning around, Yang Kai also entered the Right Peninsular region. "Young master, the demon chi of this place is very rich, so no wonder the Red Clouds sect disciples do not dare to come." Old demon's voice transmitted. If this demon chi was inhaled a little, there was a possibility that it would do irreversible harm to the body. And if inhaled for a long time, there was a big possibility that the demon chi would invade the body and mind and the person would fall from the sky and become a devil. So for this reason, the Red Clouds sect needed to catch the commoners and make them enter the Right Peninsular region to collect the spirit medicine. But they spent a month of time to make their bodies recuperate in hope that they could support a few more days, because if they just let them enter right away they would just go crazy after only a short while. "Isn't the demon chi to your liking?" Yang Kai teased him, but hadn't started to ponder about his situation. It's as young master says." Old demon said with a strange smile. "Yeah. With old servant here, young master doesn't need to be worried about being affected by this demon chi. But chi is present here as well. Young master, we have time right now. We might as well explore this island. Perhaps we can harvest something good." "I was also thinking the same thing." Yang Kai nodded. After being caught, it had almost been a month since he was isolated. Although they served many delicious things to Yang Kai, he had a lot of energy pent up. He walked with the medicine basket on his back into the depths of the Right Peninsula. It was impossible for anything to be present on the outside. Even if the mysterious black fruits grow fast after being picked again and again, they must have been used up. The only possibility was to find them in the interior of the island. Many had the same idea as Yang Kai, but they always traveled in groups. It was rare for anyone to explore alone. As the time passed, less people were gradually seen until no one was around him. While Yang Kai was walking alone, he suddenly discovered that in front there was a person's shadow, which was moving very fast towards the same direction as himself, where he saw a vine hanging a common grapefruit. Mysterious black fruit. Yang Kai's eyes became wide. He also hastened his footsteps. The other person was also running towards the direction of black profound fruit, so whoever reached first would obtain it. Thinking more about the string of fruit, it was around 250 grams. In other words, He only needed to find 6 more, then the duty would be finished. The other person was stunned by the sudden appearance of Yang Kai. He stared at him with raw hatred and said in a low voice, "Boy, give me that fruit." Yang Kai's brows wrinkled slightly. This person was also a good-hearted poor commoner, but after coming and going out of this place, his body was affected by the demon chi and he lost his natural disposition gradually. Now he had become cutthroat and crazy. If Yang Kai didn't give him that string of mysterious black fruit, then he would really kill for it. "I can give you the fruit." If not for the fact that Yang Kai wanted to inquire about some things, he would never snatch from a commoner. "Give it to me quickly." The person lowered his head and looked at Yang Kai with an evil look. "I just want to ask one thing. What does the Red Clouds sect do with the fruit?" Yang Kai asked that person, as it was not the first time that he entered, so he should understand something about it. "Don't talk rubbish. First give me the fruit, then I will tell you." Yang Kai smiled and threw the string of black, profound fruit towards him. That person received the fruit, then showed a smile, put it in the medicine basket on his back, looked Yang Kai up and down, and gradually the sharpness in his eyes vanished. After hesitating for a moment he said, "I don't know all the details, but only I listened to someone say that they need this to feed the fish." "To feed the fishes? Some special fish? I am not clear about the details." After telling him this, the person looked at Yang Kai with an unusual, hidden evil intention, then said, "You, boy, are quite skinny, might as well travel with me, what do you think? After all, here is a dangerous place. Why does he want me to join him?" Yang Kai shook his head with a smile. He knew that if he traveled with this person, then he would need to meet their need first, and that is by surrendering all his mysterious black fruit to meet their need first. So unappreciative. He didn't force Yang Kai to join him. The human emotions which were present on his face gradually disappeared, and with a cold snort, he departed. Yang Kai walked towards the right peninsula region. The more he walked, the deeper he went. A day had already passed after entering this right peninsula, and on the way he discovered many black profound fruit, but Yang Kai didn't want to help the Red Clouds sect by completing the task, so he has just ignored them. The 3-day deadline that the Red Clouds sect martial artist gave should be the limit the commoners could tolerate before going mad. But Yang Kai was different, as he had the assistance of Old Demon and wasn't worried about the demon chi entering his body. And Old Demon was in need of this demon chi to restore himself, so he didn't let off even a wisp of demon chi which entered his body. Yang Kai decided to explore this right peninsula first. He wanted to discover the hidden mystery of this place, and then wanted to find a way to leave Red Clouds Island. The right peninsula was quite big. It contained many mountains which were not very tall, but had very steep inclines and commoners were unable to climb them. Yang Kai's destination was these mountains. He believed that he could definitely find some rare treasure in them. While Yang Kai was walking step by step, a fresh medicinal fragrance suddenly assaulted his senses. Upon inhaling this fragrance, he immediately felt refreshed, calm, clear-headed, and comfortable. After carefully searching for the origin of this medicinal fragrance, Yang Kai diverged towards the right. After a little while, a flower that was about half his height appeared in front of him. This flower was pink at the top, and its pistil was blooming, and the fragrance emitted from the flower was pleasant. If one carefully examined this flower, they would see it appeared to have a face of a beautiful woman who was smiling toward them. Moreover, the stem of this flower was also a little strange. It was just like the waist of a woman, which was exquisitely carved. A beautiful woman pistil. Yang Kai became excited after seeing it. He hadn't thought that after only a day, he will be able to find such a good thing. According to the booklet which the Red Cloud sect disciple had distributed, this beautiful woman pistil was in high earth-grade spirit medicine. When used with specific spirit medicines and refined into pills, they would give certain benefits when consumed by women. Even if it was unable to turn an ugly woman into a beauty, it could at least make the skin look smoother and fresher. Yang Kai was naturally impolite. He picked the beautiful woman pistil and put into the medicine basket on his back. He then continued to thoroughly explore. Perhaps Yang Kai was the first to step in this region, because he was repeatedly able to find the beautiful woman pistil. The right side of Red Cloud Island was a treasure trove. The The Red Cloud's sect martial artists did not dare to penetrate because of demon chi, and average people didn't have means to thoroughly search the inner island, so everything here was for Yang Kai's taking. While searching in the mountains, the medicine basket on Yang Kai's back was gradually filling with spirit herbs and spirit fruit. What was even more pitiful for the sect was that the right peninsula was not small, but nothing was able to hide from Yang Kai's search. Yang Kai searched at least 3 to 5 times in each place while running through the region. His basket was filled with the spirit herbs, and the most inferior spirit herb was also a low earth-grade spirit herb. There were also heaven-grade spirit herbs present. If these things were sold, they could easily go for millions of silver. Moreover, this place didn't have as much danger as Black Wind Mountain, where monster beasts constantly roamed about, and a weak person would only become food for these monster beasts. Yang Kai wandered about in many places and only encountered 2 or 3 wolves. On the 3rd day, the Red Cloud's sect steamship returned. Yang Kai saw this standing on the mountain top. The people who were able to earn their living only amounted to around 60 to 70. The minds of the others must have been swallowed by the demon chi, making them fall into madness and finally die on this right peninsula. On the 4th day, Yang Kai was standing at the foot of a mountain. This mountain was almost 3,000 feet tall. This was the last mountain remaining to be explored. Yang Kai had explored almost all of the right peninsula. Old Demon, who has remained silent for all this time, suddenly said excitedly, "Young Master, this peak is probably responsible for the demon chi in this place. Are you sure?" Yang Kai was also surprised. He also felt that the demon chi here was truly denser compared to other places. Naturally, the immortal soul of this old servant has been shivering. "Are you afraid?" Yang Kai asked doubtfully. Hearing this old demon gives his creepy laugh. "It's not fear but excitement. Young Master, it's like if you are hungry for long time and delicious food is placed in front of you. What will you do? Eat it, of course. Young Master, this old servant earnestly asks you to give him this opportunity." Yang Kai even indistinctly heard old demon swallowing his saliva. Yang Kai showed a faint smile and climbed upward on that steep mountain. Yang Kai was also very curious about the reason that made the right half of Red Cloud's island to be so different. While climbing upward, Yang Kai also looked around in hope of finding some rare treasure. But even after reaching the top, he wasn't able to find anything. He felt a little disappointed. After reaching the summit, Yang Kai stood straight and looked all around carefully. This mountain top was very strange. If examined from a distance, this place looked very smooth, like a barren land, but after standing and observing for a while, it felt like it was much more than that. There wasn't even a bit of grass present, and the land was blood-red with a pungent scent hanging in the air. An evil aura seemed to caress his face. Yang Kai took a deep breath, and his eyes locked onto a giant rock in the middle of the mountain top. That rock was a brilliant red color, and on it the evaporation of blood could be clearly felt. It was like a mist which could infiltrate into anyone. With some caution, he walked slowly towards the rock until he was near enough to touch it, but he still didn't feel any danger from it. Looking carefully, he could only see a giant stone which was as smooth as a mirror, which had several drops of bright red liquid which were thick and looked like fresh blood. "Congealing blood bead." Old Demon expressed his admiration, but his expression didn't have too big of a change. Obviously, he said it very lightly, but Yang Kai knew Old Demon. Although their time together was short, but he knew that Old Demon had very high standards. So anything that could make him gasp with admiration was definitely a very good thing. "Young Master, this old servant finally understands." Old Demon continued, "A young devil died here. That's why this place has so much demon chi." A young devil? In comparison to this old servant, he truly is a young devil, but by the standards of the martial artists of this place, he should have been very powerful. Old Demon said with a self-satisfied expression. "How powerful?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "He must have been at a higher boundary than the divine movement boundary," Old Demon explained in a way that Yang Kai could understand. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. He was presently at the chi transforming stage. Then there is the separation and reunion boundary. After that there is the true element boundary. And then there is the divine movement boundary. This young devil. By grace, this young devil had surpassed the divine movement boundary and had reached an even higher boundary, so who could have been his rival in this world? He must have been the first under heaven powerhouse. And he unexpectedly died in this place. Although the mortal body of this young devil perished, but his demon chi still remains in this place. And that made this right peninsula so strange, and if this old servant can absorb this demon chi, then I should be able to restore some of my immortal soul strength. But it's a pity that this young devil died for such a long time and has wasted so much chi. Couldn't he wait for this old man to come and then die? Listening to old demon talking about the young devil made Yang Kai jump. That congealing blood bead that you recognized, what does it do? Yang Kai looked at the red liquid in front of him and asked. That is the young devil's flesh and blood essence that congealed. It contains a huge amount of energy. This old servant doesn't have a mortal body to absorb it. Young master, if you absorbed this, it can give a significant promotion to your strength, but this old servant doesn't know if you can withstand it. The energy that it contains cannot be absorbed by an average person. After hearing this, Yang Kai became a little hesitant and uncertain. To promote his strength significantly was what Yang Kai desired. But can he withstand this congealing blood bead? After telling Yang Kai about this issue, old demon said with a smile, Young master, you should become a devil. It's not such a bad thing. If you don't like someone, just kill. If you liked a beautiful woman, you can snatch her and play with her to your heart's content. And if you become bored, you can just discard her. You don't need to worry about too many things. You become free and unrestrained. And what is a human and what is a devil? An average man only knows that there are two divisions of a man, and that is human and devil, but that is a big mistake. As long as a human is immoral, can't they become devil? Young master, you have seen the Red Cloud sect's procedure. It's a heartless and shameless procedure, but this sect, in the common people's eyes, is filled with demons. They are demons. Old demon finally concluded. Yang Kai's heart was moved, but he was still unable to decide. While Yang Kai was hesitating in his mind, a swift wind sound was transmitted. An old demon gave a warning. Young master, careful. Yang Kai displayed his home-made movement technique by instinct and moved away from that place. A bang transmitted from the position where he was standing. Looking up, Yang Kai got a big shock. A huge scarlet python had appeared out of nowhere. It was as thick as his body and was several feet long, and was sitting there while circling its body, and its head was turned towards Yang Kai. Its eyes were bloody and its giant mouth swallowed a spirit bead. Its appearance became even more fearsome. Old demon cried out strangely. That big snake has swallowed the congealing blood bead unexpectedly. Old demon doesn't need to tell him, Yang Kai also saw. So no wonder that stone only contained 3 drops of congealing blood bead. It was absorbed by this cheap snake. Come out! Yang Kai flung his hand and old demon came out with the soul-breaking all and appeared in front of Yang Kai. Immediately Yang Kai threw both old demon and the soul-breaking all towards the big snake. Young master! Old demon called out pitifully, completely shocked by this action. He didn't have a mortal body, so what could he do to such a big snake? But at that moment he understood Yang Kai's action. Although he felt wronged, but he still admired Yang Kai. That big snake became confused for a split second, and Yang Kai appeared in a twinkle in front of it. That he was able to think of such a plan in such a short time was really impressive. The serpent was smart. The soul-breaking all was inside its stomach, which it was unable to feel. But it was enraged by Yang Kai's movement. It looked at Yang Kai with a horrifying expression while moving his tongue inside out after swallowing the bead, and moved towards him like a thunderclap. The big jaws opened up, capable of scaring anyone, stank and contained toxin. Yang Kai held his breath, dodged the snake, then moved behind it while directly concentrating his true Yang Yuan Qi on his fist and shouted, Burning Sun 3-layer blast. His fist contained a fierce Yuan Qi, and after attacking, Yang Kai moved with a flicker, avoiding the long, coiled tail of the big snake. The big snake turned around wanting to attack, but the spot that was attacked by Yang Kai a moment ago transmitted a dull thumping sound, and the flesh tore open slowly and blood gushed out. The burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi erupted in its body, opening a wound on its skin, and from that spot, blood poured out in a torrent. The big snake suppressed its pain and moved its several-foot-long body like a whip, stirring up dust clouds on the mountaintop. Yang Kai wrinkled his brow. He understood that he had overestimated the strength of this big snake. When he suddenly saw such a big fellow a moment ago, he thought that it must at least be a fifth realm monster beast, and didn't think that his attack would be able to injure it. It was not a fifth or sixth realm. It could at most be regarded as a fourth realm monster beast, which was equal to a separation and reunion boundary martial artist. It was so big and had such an intimidating appearance. Yang Kai gained more confidence, stood where he was and gave an opening to the snake who was tumbling towards him. The big snake started rolling even more fiercely. It obviously didn't want to sit waiting for its death. The snake uncoiled its long tail with a fierce lunge towards Yang Kai while howling. If not for his movement technique to assist him, then perhaps the strike would have created a small problem for Yang Kai. But with it, avoiding such an attack was very simple. Seeing that its attack failed, the big snake started hissing, then it opened its mouth and spewed out a thick blood-colored mist. If Yang Kai didn't dodge it quickly, he would have been covered in it from head to toe. Yang Kai became serious. He didn't fear this big snake, but the poison mist that it spewed was a little troublesome. But it was only a small trouble, and if he was able to dodge this poison mist, then this snake was simply unable to injure him. While Yang Kai was battling the snake outside, the soul-breaking all which was inside with Old Demon wasn't in an ideal situation. Although Old Demon couldn't currently display his full strength, but any living being was vulnerable inside. And even though the soul-breaking all wasn't a sharp weapon, it still was a weapon. The big snake's body became damaged, and the pain made it unable to fight against Yang Kai. The long body of the big snake started to display a series of movements, sometimes twitching and jerking accompanied by rolling back and forth and even jumping. Yang Kai watched it with rapt attention and didn't try to attack it again. The big snake was not strong but had an exuberant vitality. After half an hour, in which Old Demon was moving inside its body unrestrainedly, it finally stopped struggling and died quietly on the ground. A creeping motion could be seen on the abdomen of the big snake, and Old Demon, who was bound to the soul-breaking all, drilled his way through and floated in front of Yang Kai. They both looked at each other speechlessly. "Young master, if there will be a next time, please inform this old servant beforehand. This old servant needs to prepare his heart," Old Demon said slightly accusingly. He was suddenly thrown into the monster beast's mouth by Yang Kai. Even if he was courageous, it still made him frightened out of his wits. Yang Kai gave an earnest nod. Old Demon didn't dare to say any more. Yang Kai asked, "Don't you think that this monster beast was quite unusual?" "Where was it unusual?" Old Demon asked curiously. "Its strength was very low, at least lower than what I assumed." Old Demon gave a smile and said, "Young master, this big snake had swallowed the congealing blood bead, allowing it to transform so naturally it didn't have any real skill. Moreover, when you were walking here, did you discover any monster beasts?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Then it can only mean that this thing was perhaps only a small snake that had swallowed the congealing blood bead, and with some luck didn't die but became a monster beast. And it can be said that it was the only monster beast in this place. Can an ordinary snake turn into such a big fellow?" Yang Kai said with amazement. "Fierce." Then he suddenly thought of a possibility and said with a little excitement, "If a small snake can swallow it, then I should not have any issues." "Well, it can't be said absolutely. After all, you are a human. If young master wants to confirm, then, as an experiment, swallow the monster core first." "This proposal is good." Yang Kai nodded. He then went up to the snake's body, cut it, and before digging around inside and retrieving the monster core, the core was unexpectedly blood-red in color as well. It was only the size of a pigeon's egg, and its inside contained some of the congealing blood bead's energy. Asking Old Demon to protect him, Yang Kai rubbed the core on his clothes, then directly placed it inside his pocket. After revolving the true Yang secret art, Yang Kai then felt that there was some kind of energy entering his abdomen, which directly entered his body with a lot of evil chi contaminating it. This must be the chi of the young devil who died in this place. In an instant, Yang Kai's body also became incomparably red and bright like blood, and he seemed to be full of evil chi. Although he looked fearsome on the outside, but on the inside there wasn't much danger. Yang Kai felt his mind being affected briefly, but it became steady after some time. The true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians was naturally opposed to the yin nature of the evil Qi, so he naturally didn't fear it. The evil Qi was gradually burned under the revolution of true Yang's secret art, leaving behind only the essence. The essence obtained was not of the Yang attribute, so it was unable to form Yang liquid, and strangely enough it was not absorbed by the unyielding golden body, but was absorbed by his flesh and blood, making each cell to dance with joy from top to bottom. Every muscle in his body kept moving with energy. To consume the energy in the core, Yang Kai needed a day, and when he opened his eyes again his pupils flashed like lightning. Yang Kai felt that his whole body wasn't the same as before. It was not a promotion of his boundary, nor was it an increase in his mental state, but it was a change of his mortal body. His body was stronger than before, absorbing the core. His vitality increased, and his body had strengthened enough that he could do close combat without using much of his Yuan Qi. "Young master, how do you feel?" Old Demon asked softly. "I feel good. Is the major function of the congealing blood bead to improve a person's body?" "Naturally it is. The young devil's essence is also able to help in the promotion of boundary, but its major function is to strengthen the quality of the physique." "You said that it can also help in increasing boundary?" Old Demon spoke with a haste. "Young master, your understanding is quite shallow. The increase in boundary doesn't only mean the promotion of boundary, but it also means strengthening of mortal body, deeper Yuan Qi, deeper understanding of martial arts and martial skills. Various types of growth can be also called promotion of boundary. For example, young master, if you compare yourself of now to the you of a few days ago, your physique is better, which has resulted in an increase of your boundary." Yang Kai stared at him. Then after pondering for a little while, he said, "Yes, what you said is correct. My understanding is quite shallow." Young master after all is young, and had not pondered over these things. Old Demon said, not daring to claim credit. When Yang Kai looked at that giant stone, it still contained 3 congealing blood beads. Yang Kai didn't hesitate at all, and directly put his hand on the first drop. This congealing blood bead seemed as if it could think on its own. It moved instantly, and directly snuck inside Yang Kai's body. A much more violent energy compared to before exploded inside Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't bear giving a disgruntled snort, then hurriedly closed his eyes to sit in meditation. In the following half a month, Yang Kai not only absorbed the energy in the 3 drops of congealing blood bead, but he also drained the energy stored in the giant stone. The vitality of his body had doubled compared to half a month before. His speed and strength also had a remarkable promotion. Moreover, he also broke through to the Qi transforming stage 3rd layer. Half a month later, under Old Demon's suggestion, Yang Kai used his hand to move the giant stone out of the way. He did it without using Yuan Qi and with only brute strength, but he was able to easily lift a 1,500 kilogram stone. Under the stone there was a cold tunnel which was flooded with dense black Qi. This was obviously the root cause of the demon Qi on the right peninsula of Red Cloud Island. After being released, this dense fog of demon Qi unexpectedly directly moved towards Yang Kai. Old Demon gave a strange smile. "Little thing, the trick that this old man tried to play, unexpectedly you also want to try. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." What Old Demon was referring to was obviously his and Yang Kai's first awkward meeting, in which Old Demon also tried to capture Yang Kai's mortal body. At that time he used up all of his tricks but was still subdued by Yang Kai in the end. While speaking, he also changed into black fog and moved forward to meet it. 2 groups of black fog melted together, and immediately a war started inside the tunnel. In all the ruckus, Yang Kai was unable to see anything. He didn't even understand who was winning and who was losing, but then thought that Old Demon was, after all, an old devil, and he also boasted a lot, so he shouldn't have any problem. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai asked, "The immortal soul of this devil is also same as yours, but why can it be preserved in the world?" Old Demon appeared to be in a somewhat difficult position. "Young master, his immortal soul has already collapsed, but only some residual intent remains." Yang Kai knitted his brows and asked, "Is there a problem?" Old Demon became embarrassed in an instant and said, "This old servant asks young master to give him a helping hand. This old servant's tricks are unable to win against him." Yang Kai became speechless immediately, then putting on a serious face trying to suppress his laughter he asked, "Isn't that a young devil? How are you unable to win against him?" Listening to Yang Kai ridiculing him, old demon was about to cry. Yes, this young devil is good. But this old servant died earlier than him, and my immortal soul was about to break while being sealed in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Young master, if you don't help, then I fear that this old servant will be swallowed by him. After hearing this, Yang Kai realized the gravity of the situation and asked, "How do I help? This brat who doesn't know good from bad. He just wants to occupy your body. You only need to leave him to his own devices and the same thing will happen as in the Heaven's Cave inheritance." This was simple to do. Yang Kai just opened his hand towards the tunnel. In an instant, a cold aura flowed into him through his hand and crashed directly into his body. Yang Kai smiled without worry. And really, under the revolution of the true Yang secret art, this cold aura was burnt away and absorbed, which was followed by a miserable howling cry. After this cold energy was built up, there was only some essence left, which was absorbed by the unyielding golden body. With the assistance from Yang Kai, old demon was finally able to draw level with the weakening devil, and finally after an hour he was able to get the winning side. "Enough. It's enough, young master. Now you can watch from the side how this old servant swallows this little thing." Old demon hurriedly stopped him for fear that Yang Kai would rob him of even the demon chi. Then he whispered in his heart, "How is this young master able to absorb this energy? Doesn't the young master practice a Yang attribute secret law? It really is strange." Hearing him say that, Yang Kai also took back his hand from the tunnel and then ignored old demon. He started chewing the spirit medicine which he had found. Yang Kai was knowledgeable about the spirit medicines that he had picked, and thus knew they didn't contain any toxins. They were valuable and useful if refined into pills, as they would be more effective. However, at present he was basically in captivity. There was obviously no opportunity to have them refined. Although they could be preserved, but he was presently unable to do so. The war between old demon and that black fog continued all day long and finally stopped after the two groups of black fog had become one. After this war, old demon's strength increased greatly. Old demon said with a loud voice, "Many thanks, young master. This old servant was able to fulfill your expectations." Yang Kai coughed lightly, while blushing old demon said, "I need to close up for a few days." Then, without waiting any longer, he escaped into Yang Kai's body. Even till the next day, the old demon was still busy closing up. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was attempting to build up the spirit medicine. With his unyielding golden body, the thing that was capable of absorbing a sea of energy, regardless of its type, he was not afraid to in his attempt to build up the medicine. After all, he knew it was not poisonous and it was not going to cause an conflict with his chi. After a period of time, he had finally completely built up the medicine, promoting him from chi transformation 3rd stage to the 4th stage. After arriving on Red Cloud Island for 2 months, to be able to promote a level, this meant that the trip here was no entirely a waste. Since the immortal soul was absorbed by the old demon and the treasure here all grasped by Yang Kai, he estimated that after a period of time, it will no longer be regarded as a restricted area for the Red Cloud cultivators. Time to go! Yang Kai scaled back down the mountain and returned back to the seashore. To leave Red Cloud Island, Yang Kai would need a boat. This issue made his head numb for all the contemplation, as he knew building his own ship was an unreasonable task. With the only possibility of obtaining one was to steal from Red Cloud sect. He had to arduously think of a method to obtain it. But, even if I manage to obtain an empty boat, how am I supposed to unanchor and get the boat off to sea? After pondering for some time, Yang Kai suddenly heard the sound of rustling from a distant place. He tiled his head to focus on the sound and could hear someone gasping for breath, mixed with a struggling woman's cry for mercy. Yang Kai's complexion immediately sank as he rushed towards that area. Yang Kai made it to scene but was hiding behind the bushes to get a good analysis of the situation. It's as I had guessed. Red Cloud sect only sends in normal human being to his island in order to collect that black profound fruit. The scene in front of him was just meters away, of a sturdy guy sitting on top of a woman, tearing her clothes off. The man was panting like a cow, laughing hysterically and obscenely as he proceeded. Meanwhile, the woman under him was struggling to get free, but all was in vain as she does not have sufficient strength, only leaving her capable of crying for mercy. That man has an evil aura. Yang Kai flashed behind the man. With his foot placed neatly on that bastard's back, he kicked. It was so strong that the man flew. Meanwhile, the woman under the man got free and hurriedly gathered her clothes. With her body still trembling from the event, she hid behind Yang Kai for protection. Once the man noticed that the ground had disappeared from under his feet, he wailed out in misery. It was when he finally got back to the ground that he hurriedly stood up and stared at Yang Kai with an ominous light. Both of his eyes turned scarlet as his face wrapped itself in hostility. It was obvious, at this point, that his mind was about to be consumed by the demonic qi emitting from his body. Even his nostrils were not giving off steam. Yes, Yang Kai gave off a sigh. From the looks of this person's clothing, it was obvious that he was poor. It was highly likely that he had been thrown in and out of the island numerous times already. With such experiences, it was even more probable that his mind was losing its natural state and turning him into some beast. With all of this taken into consideration, Yang Kai did not wish to kill that man. Instead, the boy merely gave him a kick. "Brat! Get lost!" the man said while grimacing. Since he was about to go so far, how would he possibly be willing to care about Yang Kai's presence and give up? Yang Kai only returned an uninterested look, and very soon, the man standing in front of him charged over like a mad bull. His face, now filled with rage, turned murderous. "Then I shall release you from your pain." Yang Kai stood at the same place. When the man rushing towards him was close enough, he took his hand and pointed it towards the man's chest. Yang Yuan Qi soon injected itself into the man's heart, stopping it instantly. Without the slightest bit of pain, the man's body turned limp as his life force disappeared. Behind him was the lady sobbing in mourning. Hearing those weak hiccups, Yang Kai felt uncomfortable as well. He turned around in attempt to comfort. But once he turned around, and his eyes laid focus on her face, his whole mind shivered. This woman seems as though she was in her 30s. By her white and tender skin, she should be gorgeous. However, right now, there was a horrendous scar tearing through her face. Each mark, about a nail thick, spanned across her entire face. Even the dried-up blood around the wound did not seem to have been completely scraped off. Though even if it was, her beauty could never be restored. The sight of the woman was terrifying to fathom, but even as she covered herself with the ripped clothes and hid her face, she was crying with a small expression of gratitude. Knowing her own appearance, even as she felt gratitude to her savior, she retreated. She did not wish to frighten Yang Kai. Yang Kai's whole body seemed to turn cold as he extends his hand to grasp the woman's wrist. "No! Please stop!" The woman tried to struggle. Yang Kai remained undisturbed and used his other hand to gently lift up her head. "Please, I beg you to stop." The woman continued to beg. As her tears continued to fall from her cheeks, she weakly looked at Yang Kai, causing the scar on her face to seem a little more terrifying. In the meantime, Yang Kai's eyes did not seem to hold a sense of lust and disgust. Instead, it held slight sadness and hesitation. After lifting her chin up, his shaking hand moved to clear away the black hair blocking his view, to reveal her entire face. The woman closed her eyes. It was unclear if she was afraid of her own appearance, or if Yang Kai's actions had startled her. Regardless, tears were still continuously streaming down her face. Yang Kai's pupils contracted as he took a long and good look at the woman before sounding off. "Madam." Hearing him refer to her in such a familiar manner, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Even with tears clouding her pupils, she still looked at Yang Kai carefully with a flash of doubt hovering in her mind. Once she recognized him, her doubt gradually vanished and was replaced with a sense of surprise and joy. "Madam, is that really you?" Yang Kai is unable to believe that his hunch was right after his eyes first lay on this woman. He thought that he had seen someone familiar. Moments ago, his impulsive and weird actions were simply because he wanted to confirm if his hunch was right. After the woman heard Yang Kai's voice, She thought back to the time, 2 months ago, of the beggar who was covered in dirt. Trembling, she spoke, "Little beggar, is that you?" Yang Kai took a deep breath. After he heard those 2 words from her, he knew that his hunch was right. I would have never thought I would find the madam of the Jiang family here. There were only 3 people that referred to him as a little beggar. The first was Cui Er, the second was the Jiang family's young lady, and the third was the madam of the Jiang family. "Why are you here? What happened to you, face?" Yang Kai asked, filled with doubts. Cui Er and the 2 women from the Jiang family should currently be in Sea City, under the protection of the Miao family. So why is the madam here? On the day we moved onto our different paths, Miao Huacheng had personally come to welcome them. After all, the young lady had an engagement to the Miao family. As such, the madam should be living her life, safe within the Miao family. Just how did matters go so out of hand that she landed here? Young hero? After recognizing Yang Kai, the little beggar who had previously rescued her, the madam suddenly kneeled down onto the ground. Bang! With her head stuck to the ground, she cried out in grief, "Please, I beg of you, help my uphold justice for my Jiang family." Yang Kai quickly tried to help her up. When he got a glimpse of her face again, she had blood flowing from her forehead, evident that she was extremely desperate. "This is not a place for us to speak. Come, we must leave here first." Yang Kai held her in the arm and supported her to hurriedly walk away. Why did her appearance change so much? Why would she be caught and be sent to the Red Cloud sect? Where are Cui Er and the young lady? What happened to the Miao family? Yang Kai's mind was flooded with questions. Although they were not close to him, they had, at the very least, lived with him for several days. Furthermore, it was fun to talk to Cui Er. He could not forget her kindness in bringing him snack to share, and her smart aleck charming personality. Likewise, for her good heart and kind nature. After a long time of walking, Yang Kai led the madam to the hilltop, which was considered to be the deeper parts of the Red Cloud Island, somewhere no normal human should be able to reach. The people found a place to sit down. The woman, suddenly thought of the miracle of meeting Yang Kai, broke down in excitement. Yang Kai did not comfort her. Instead, he allowed her to carry on crying. After all, there was no rush. He had many questions to ask, and he knew that the madam had many matters to inform him of. Only after half an hour did the madam's cries subside. With her hair covering her face, she held her trembling body. Yang Kai took off his own coat to place it over her. "Thank you." Even if she was in a pitiful state, the madam did not forgo her courtesy. "Please tell me, what happened?" The madam's eyes reveal a slight disconnect as she reminisces of the past. With a low and deep voice, she narrates the entire story for Yang Kai. "Cui Er, Huan Er, and I all went to the Miao family with Miao Huacheng. For the first few days, Miao Huacheng treated us as honorable guests to his house. However, when I talked to him about Huan Er's wedding, he pushed back the date from 3 months to 4 months. At first, I did not care too much about it. When I talked to him about a few days later, he was agreed to it but held up some condition. He said that his son's status was honorable and my family's Huan Er did not match with him. If she wanted to marry him, she can at most be his concubine. I was furious but did not say anything else. On the next day, I immediately told Huan Er and Cui Er to pack their things. I wished to leave the Miao family. We had experienced so much hardship to come to Sea City, and it is not to have my daughter become someone's concubine. What's more, this is a marriage that he and my husband had agreed upon. How could he just go against his words like this? But, without waiting for us to leave the Miao family, Miao Huacheng got angry and detained all of us. The madam's face held a frightened look as she spoke. It was evident that this whole situation was a nightmare to her. Her expression turned even worse, appearing more depressed as she sobbed. I did not understand why Miao Huacheng would do all of this. However, under inquiry of others, I finally got to know the truth. He was the one who pulled the strings behind Outbacks. The death of my poor husband was due to his bribery of those in the Tong province. After my husband's death, he reached out to me, reminding me of the marriage agreement my Huan Er had with his son. How laughable! To think that I was caught unaware and drove my daughter to a tiger's den. Why did he do something like this? Weren't you husband and Miao Hua Cheng best friends? Yang Kai thought that the matters spoken here were more than what meets the eyes. On the day that he had personally seen Miao Hua Cheng, with his sorrowful voice and saddened looks, it was clearly just an act. After listening to Yang Kai's inquiry, the madame could only give a pitiful smile as she explained. When I wished to find out about the reasons why Miao Hua Cheng treated me, a poor widowed mother, in such a way, I tried every means that I could think of. In the end, it came down to the thing my husband and that man obtained years ago. What thing? A piece of a tortoise shell. The madam replied, my husband and Miao Hua Cheng once, in the past, traveled around Sea City for leisure. They happened to stumble upon a strangled tortoise shell which displayed some kind of map. At that time, the two looked around the nearby islands in hopes to find a match with the map. Unfortunately, the place did not seem to tally with the map, so they assumed that the shell must have been a fake. However, just to ensure that the other party remained discreet about their find, they split the shell into two and shared it. The madam gently gasped for breath before continuing on. After their adventures here, my husband went back to the Tong province and started to build up his own school. Meanwhile, Miao Hua Cheng settled down in Sea City. He most likely continued to study and research the tortoise shell. It was only in recent years that he had managed to obtain some form of clue. Being unwilling to share with my husband, he chose to murder him, even going as far as to trick my whole family to migrate to Sea City. I personally had once seen the half of the tortoise shell owned by my husband. Since I knew it was a precious, I took it along with me. Young hero, do you remember the late guard Zhang? The one who rebelled against me? His actions were puppeteered by Miao Hua Cheng. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Exactly. The madam's head sank down. I believe that since Miao Hua Cheng was considered to be my husband's best friend, he did not wish to personally begin with us. Thus, he made use of Zhang Ding, inciting him to make the first move. Without you, young hero, I believe all of us, Huan Er, Chui Er and I, would have been sent to accompany my husband in the afterlife. Certainly a best friend. Yang Kai gave a smile of ridicule. However, there was still some doubt in his mind that he wished to clarify. Madam, all three of you are average human beings. After you entered the Miao family, if Miao Hua Cheng truly wanted to obtain that shell from you, it would be such a simple task. How is it possible that it was only later that he revealed his true colors? The madam bitterly grinned. At the beginning, even I did not understand why that was the case. However, after a while, I managed to figure it out. And it was all thanks to you. The madam nods and resumed her explanation. When Miao Hua Cheng greeted us, I followed your instructions and told him that a powerful cultivator had assisted us to kill Zhang Ding, allowing us to survive his rebellion. Since Miao Hua Cheng is a discreet person, he first waited to check and see if the person we had mentioned was hiding around us. Thus, he did not dare to begin. When he had finally realized that there was no one there to protect us, he then revealed his true colors. Yang Kai nodded in agreement as he found her logic sound. So, what happened next? The nightmare started. The madam's voice mellowed down, as though she was about to break down into tears to cry, but she persisted to speak. To save our lives, I handed the other half of the tortoise shell. But I would not have thought that Miao Hua Cheng would have been cruel enough to continue his torture. While she spoke, the woman's body shivered incessantly as she subconsciously tightened her fist. On that very night, after I passed him the tortoise shell, Miao Hua Cheng brought a group of people to take Huan Er away. He said that she must be wed to his son. When Huan Er was unwilling to comply, Chui Er stood up to aid her. But I never would have thought Miao Hua Cheng would be so heartless as to order his men to beat her to death. Hearing about such a vicious scene, Yang Kai's whole body could not be controlled as he trembled in anguish and anger. The madam continued to sob as she spoke. On the next day, Miao Hua Cheng told me that my precious daughter, my Huan Er, had been raped. Unable to bear it, she bit her tongue to commit suicide. Yang Kai felt his whole body turn cold as the rage within him welled up without any possible way to control it. He would have never expected for the cheeky but charming young housemaid to be so brutally killed while the shy and gentle young lady would commit suicide. In just 2 months after traveling with them, he would never be able to meet these beauties ever again. Miao Huacheng also wanted to humiliate me, the madam sobbed while stuttering. But, learning from his mistake with Huan Er and Chui Er, he no longer dared to go too far. After detaining me for several days without being able to bend my will, he got angry out of shame and sold me to a place called 1,000 Gold Wine House. Yang Kai does not need to inquire about the building as he knew that it was a brothel. Forcing me to submit, I was beaten and tortured. Without any hope of rescue, I sliced my face using a pair of scissors. Having such an appearance, no man would ever dare touch me. The madam pitifully ridiculed herself. Afterwards, I was sold to the Red Cloud sect with a smile plastered on my face. I should have died, with my husband gone, along with my daughter and Chui Er. What is the point of me being alive? However, I cannot allow myself to die. Not now. If I die, no one would know about the horrendous treatment they have unjustly suffered. I must live till I can finally seek for them the revenge they deserve. Although I am just a weak woman, this is something that I must do. Yang Kai's heart cramped up as he could feel a piercing sensation overwhelm every fiber of his being, causing his heart to bleed out. Taking a deep breath, he comforted the woman. Madam, you are the world's most beautiful wife and the world's strongest mother. It was easy to choose death, but living in such a state, unbearable to say the least. Young hero, can I ask of you to help me one last time? The madam lifted her head with tearful eyes, staring at Yang Kai with a look of hope. Standing at the mountain top, with the howling of the wind, Yang Kai's whole face remained solemn as he sighed. It regrettable, but my strength is too low. The madam immediately turned gloomy. But I will continue to grow stronger. I might take several years to finally be able to pay the Miao family in Sea City a visit. Yang Kai's decision was not only based on the madam's request but also the debt he felt towards Chui Er for the food that she had given him while they were traveling together. The madam's facial expression changed to that of overwhelming joy as she kneeled to the ground and kowtowed. Thank you, young hero. It was only after a long time did she finally straighten up her body to speak. Young hero, although you already know that Miao Huacheng was the mastermind behind all of this, there is something else that you need to know. The ones that are backing Miao Huacheng is the Red Cloud sect. Yang Kai's brows wrinkled. Miao Huacheng's son, Miao Lin, is a Red Cloud sect disciple. Due to his son's low status, Miao Huacheng plans on giving away the tortoise shell to the Red Cloud sect as a form of contribution, in hopes to make sure that his son has a higher standing within the sect. It was all because of that rotten child, who had no hope of gaining recognition within the Red Cloud sect. He pinned everything on the tortoise shell and instigated his father to be so treacherous to my Jiang family. Red Cloud sect. I knew it. Yang Kai nods. Young hero. Madame Chang pursed her lips as he hung her head down. With a shivering voice, she spoke. Although I know that you are just enough to seek retribution for my Jiang family, and humane enough to not forget the benevolence Chui Er had showed you, there is nothing my family can do to thank you. You don't need to care about that. Young hero, please listen to me. The madam insisted, causing Yang Kai to nod. In actuality, after my husband had obtained the other half of the tortoise shell, he too had spent years studying and researching it. Similar to Miao Huacheng, he also obtained the other portion of the map. Inferring from what my husband had shared with me before, one of the tortoise shell is a map routing to the location of the island. Meanwhile, the other half of the map that he had obtained contained the interior route within the island. What? Yang Kai was caught in surprise. So, where is this map? It's on me, the woman replied with an unnatural voice. Yang Kai had his doubts immediately after the madam spoke. How was it possible for a normal woman to be able to defend against Miao Huacheng's search for that crucial map piece? After staying silent for a long time, the madam finally affirmed her resolve and opened her mouth to speak. Young hero, since I am unable to repay the debt of gratitude that my family has owed you, please accept this map as your reward. Using her hands, the madam grabbed her pants and ripped it open, to reveal a large section of her snow-white thighs. The map has been embroidered onto my skin by myself. Hanging her head down with her shivering body, the madam roused up all her courage to do the deed. Yang Kai's complexion quickly dyed red as his eyes quickly avoided in the other direction, gulping down his saliva. After several days of promoting his cultivation level and overall strength, the yin-yang joyous unification art had a stronger influence over him. It was a common occurrence for Su Yan's face to flash in his mind. If not for the strength of meditation, he would definitely not be able to overcome his desires. Now, with the madam's display, Yang Kai could feel that he was about to lose himself. Madam? Yang Kai frowned. Young hero? The madam's complexion was also red. This is something my husband has died for. I do not want to bury it nor let it fall into the enemy's hands. Please, consider this a reward that I deliver to you, young hero. Please accept it. Yang Kai sighed. If I reject it, she will definitely be hurt. Ah, I'm sorry to offend you then, madam. Squatting down, Yang Kai took a good look at the madam's thigh. There was a place with high mountain ridges, which formed out the shape of the island. Many areas on the map were specially labeled in great detail. What's more, there was an obvious winding pathway that was meant to be taken. This map, it was embroidered using a heated needle, inked with colored pigment. To think that the madam's entire thigh, from the knee to her groin area, has been painted with this. I can't begin to imagine how formidable her will must be for her to endure such torture. She is just a normal woman yet. Just how many times did she pierce herself to form out this map of rivers and mountains? Although the map is probably inaccurate and most likely different from the original map, I can't say anything. Yang Kai tried to maintain his calm and composed self as he sized up the map carefully, not allowing the least bit of his shock and awe to be shown. Meanwhile, the madam was still shaking. As both her eyes were kept shut, her tears keep flowing. After the time to heat up a cup of tea, Yang Kai had memorized the entire map and took up the torn cloth to hide her thigh. Young hero, thank you for all your hard work. The madam sat on the ground sideways while speaking with a soft voice. After she said her piece, it was as if all the burdens in her heart had been relinquished. Yang Kai could tell from her facial expression that she currently only sought death. Her heart has died. She lived for revenge, and now that I am here, her desires have been passed on to me. So, she no longer has the will to live. After looking at her facial expression, Yang Kai no longer spoke. After one day, Yang Kai descended the mountain. He took the basket that the madam brought with her, with a profound black fruit inside. He walked towards the seashore step by step and looked back to the mountaintop. At the mountaintop sat the madam with a face drained of tears. She was looking out into the ocean, in a daze, motionless. Yang Kai did not lead her to leave. Instead, he left her there, knowing that letting her live was far more torturous than allowing her to choose her death. Now, all she wished for was to be extricated. After several hours, Yang Kai arrived at the seashore recovery point and patiently waited for the Red Clouds sect steamship to pick him up. Many people were gathered here, waiting for the steamship to arrive. When they first caught sight of the steamship, everyone cried out with cheers. At the side of the ship, a Red Clouds sect cultivator was blocking their paths into the ship. He was inspecting everyone's harvest and was given the duty of taking away everyone's baskets while tossing anyone with less than 1.5 kilograms of profound black fruit out of the ship. Those that were unfortunate enough to be thrown to sea would be food for the monster beasts living in the sea. Dozens of individuals, with only 34 that had not completed the task, were tossed out of the ship. As they fell into the treacherous sea, pitiful yells could be heard. Dreadfully, the end of their voices also signaled a meal for the monster beasts. Yang Kai mingled among the crowd unnoticed, as these people were all normal. With those forced to pick profound black fruit being average people, none of the Red Clouds sect disciples paid them any heed. After half an hour, the steamship finally started and left the island, leaving behind those that did not gather, and those that acted as feed for the monster beasts. Returning to the Red Cloud sects made Yang Kai somewhat depressed. Originally, he had planned to do everything in his power to steal the ship and escape this place. But, after meeting the madam, escape was something he did not wish to do. Since the Red Cloud sect had obtained the one piece of the tortoise shell, he needed to take action. It was only fortunate that the other half, the most important one, was in his grasp. Since the madam had such courage to mark the map on her body, he could not allow her efforts to be in vain. At least, not when it was also her dying wish. If everything goes according to plan, the Red Cloud sect will take action within 1 to 2 months. Yang Kai speculated. Originally, Miao Huacheng wished to obtain the completed tortoise shell to give it to the Red Cloud sect for his son. However, there was another aspect to him delivering them this gift: the dangers of an unknown area. Miao Huacheng hoped to take advantage of the Red Cloud sect to help him explore the area, while at the same time allowing his son to gain status within the sect, minimizing the risk to himself while still receiving benefits. Regardless of Miao Huacheng's plans, Yang Kai wished to go to the island. The unknown secrets the island held were risks worthy for Yang Kai. Now, the only issue is getting the opportunity to be covert while traveling with the Red Cloud sect. Since they already have the map in their hands, I would never be able to get a chance to obtain some chances if I were to stick next to them the whole time. During the several nights on the ship, Yang Kai frequently went around to chat with some disciples for information. He found out that once the higher levels of the sect received the map, they immediately started making preparations to go out to explore. Unfortunately, ordinary disciples were not well versed regarding this matter. They only got to know hints from overhearing the higher-ups speak. Thus, they were not too clear with the specifics. While enduring the hardships on board the ship and trying to think of an opportunity to covertly explore the island on the map, the yelling of the Red Cloud sect disciples could suddenly be heard in the morning. It was an order for those normal people to gather. The shock from this strange order caused many of those people to have panicked looks on their faces. Meanwhile, soft murmurs were passed on from the people. "Why are we going back to pick the fruit again? We just came back several days ago. In the past, we would have at least a month before being forced to pick that fruit again. Listen up. This time, you are not going out to pick the fruit that you usually do. Stop talking amongst each other and do not ask any questions. We will tell you when we reach the shore." A Red Cloud sect disciple reprimanded the crowd with a stern look on his face. Once Yang Kai heard of this news, his heart immediately jumped in excitement as he suddenly opened his eyes. Good. If I'm not wrong, this is an opportunity. Arriving at the seashore as per usual, the first thing that they could see was a huge, not exaggerating to call it oversized, ship of 66.6 meters was docked. This ship had a total of 5 masts. Each hung a huge sail flapping in the wind, and as the stern of the ship was held high with dragon head to show off its might and prestige, it made all around aware of its presence, taking the breaths away from the crowd of people who were inexperienced in being under such a big ship. My God! This is the Red Cloud sect's biggest ship. Where do they want to take us to? A man who had the ability to judge that ship whispered in a soft voice. Seeing such a ship affirmed Yang Kai's guess. He had spent countless hours trying to think of a way to infiltrate Red Cloud sect while they were exploring. However, never had he thought that his efforts would be in vain as they presented the opportunity to him on a platter. The Red Cloud sect most likely is not bringing in so many normal to explore the place and find the treasure. It is extremely likely that what they need is manpower to operate the ship. Such a humongous ship will definitely need an unnerving amount of manpower to operate smoothly. After Yang Kai thought of this point, he appeared to have calmed down. Since this is a Red Cloud sect ship that is going to head out to explore an unknown area, there will definitely be a high-level martial artist. No less than the level of true element boundary. He might even reach Immortal Ascension. Yang Kai could hide in front of a true element boundary martial artist, but if an Immortal Ascension cultivator were to show up, he could easily uncover his cultivation level with spiritual sense. Thus, Yang Kai knew that he must be careful, not showing the slightest bit of his skill, or else he would end up a lifeless ragdoll. After waiting for a long time, a group of Red Cloud sect members came out, and leading the group to walk in a straight line were 2 oldies. The old birds, a man and a woman, were merrily chatting while they led. Their heads were both ravaged by silver hair, but in contrast to their dignified spark that came from their eyes, they were lively and full of vigor. Without a doubt, these two could be easily considered as two of the top cultivators in the Red Cloud sect. Following behind them were a batch of Red Cloud sect disciples of either gender, about 50 heads in count. They held a presence that indicated they were the elite disciples within the sect. A middle-aged man from the large ship came out hastily to pay his respects to the two elders. "Greetings, masters." The Red Cloud sect disciples on the ship also followed suit. Both the old man and old woman responded with a faint smile as they jumped gracefully and floated into the ship and asked, "Has everything been prepared?" The middle-aged man respectfully responded, "Everything is ready. All I need is your orders, master, before we can set sail." And the old man nodded and beckoned with one hand while speaking. "You will continue to do the arrangement. Master Lon and I will be in the cabins, focused on cultivating. If there are no urgent matters that you need us to attend to, do not call for us." "Yes." When the two Immortal Ascension cultivators entered their cabin, Xianxia could not help but feel relieved. Being tasked to do all the arrangements for this, that middle-aged man must not have a low status within the sect. After issuing orders for half an hour, the ship finally began to move. When it was slowly starting to move, Xianxia was at the deck, working in disguise as he tried to remember the direction that the ship had been heading towards. This ginormous ship was capable of running through the waters, and within just a mere 24 hours, it had traveled more than 500 kilometers, entering into the open seas without any land in view. The sun set and the moon rose in cycles, and soon enough, Xianxia had been on this ship for the past 3 days, living as cautiously as possible. In the meantime, he would sometimes take the opportunity to chat with the martial artists on board and gained more clarification regarding his situation. It was now affirmed that this ship was meant to explore that mysterious island on the map. Hidden Island was what the Red Cloud sect members referred to that island whenever they spoke, which reminded Xianxia of the many interesting stories he had heard from Sea City. The Hidden Island held a wide variety of rumors since there were mirages of it caught by people's eyes. Even in Sea City, numerous residents had experienced sightings of the mirage of this island. However, no one knew why it appeared in the form of a mirage, appearing at a remote place, millions of kilometers away from its original location. But it was widely agreed upon that the island did exist out at sea, except no one had been able to find it. In Sea City, it was said that no common technique could be used to find the island. The only possible way was to have a direct guide towards the place. The people who tried to explore the area followed islands to get close to the place, but even so, they were only able to get close. Being unable to see it, they could not get ashore. Thus, it was named the Hidden Island. There were a large number of rumors that indicated the place contained never-ending wealth, as well as martial skills and cultivation techniques that are sure to allow a human to promote by leaps and bounds. Common men all wished to get into Hidden Island, but because they were unable to, many had given up such thoughts. But now, the Red Cloud sect had finally obtained the opportunity to set foot there. Sparing no resources, they sent out their elite disciples and 2 Immortal Ascension cultivators. For Red Cloud sect to use 2 of their 4 Immortal Ascension cultivators had shown their obvious determination to explore and harvest the island. For the past few days, most of the conversations that Xianxia would encounter were the Red Cloud sect disciples' yearning desires for the island and their imaginations about the opportunities they could encounter there. Xianxia also had questions regarding the island and awoke the old demon who was closing up. He found out that Hidden Island is most likely not a place like the Heaven's Cave Inheritance. Instead, it was more likely a place that a senior cultivator would use to cultivate. Wishing to avoid any form of disturbance, this expert made some kind of formation that concealed the island from people's eyes. In any case, it was extremely likely for the place to exist. Through conversations he had with the disciples, Xianxia had remembered all the strengths and names of the strong cultivators within the sect. The middle-aged person was called Yu Xiaoping, currently in the True Element Boundary, 9th stage, an elder of the Red Cloud sect. Comparing the strength of those top cultivators of the Red Cloud sect to High Heaven Pavilion, Xianxia noted that their sect was unable to be placed on par to his own. Firstly, No true element boundary cultivator could be considered to be an elder in High Heaven Pavilion. Secondly, if he were to compare the ages of the two masters from the Red Cloud sect to his elders from High Heaven Pavilion, it was clear that his elders were much younger than those old farts. Ding Jiazi and Huxianglan. The former was in the 5th stage of Immortal Ascension and the latter was in the 4th stage. Both held the positions of antiquity elders in the sect and would typically stay inside the inner areas of the sect. After all, they already had one foot in the grave. If this was not an important matter to the sect, they would never have appeared outside of their sect. Today, Yang Kai was cleaning the deck in silence and suddenly heard two voices conversing. Yen, haven't you been accompanying Miao Lin? Hearing the two words, Miao Lin, caused Yang Kai's ears to twitch as he immediately recalled the son of Miao Huangcheng, the one who had brought the madam to ruins and brought disaster onto the Jiang family. Could it be that it's him? Yang Kai was now paying close attention to the scene. Not forgetting to continue his disguise, his hands did not stop moving. But his vision was switching back and forth surreptitiously to the side of the conversation, sizing up the situation. On that side of the ship was a beautiful woman that seemed to be in her 20s. She wore a long blue dress and thanks to the magnificent sea breeze, the dress pasted onto her skin, showing her bombshell figure. She had a slender waist and accompanying the two tall and perky peaks, it highlighted her busty figure. She had fair, wheat-like skin, not common with those that live around the seashore. With the color of her skin and those long, slender and jade-like legs, she could steal the hearts of millions. Unfortunately, in the midst of all her beauty, lay an undeniable arrogance that could only be quenched with the best things. Meanwhile, there was a middle-aged man standing beside her, the elder of the Red Cloud sect, Yu Xiaoping. So this must be his daughter, Yuao, and Yang Kai now understood the situation very clearly, especially with Yuao, and many of the disciples would discuss about her in secret. Just like Su Yan in High Heaven Pavilion, Yuao was woman that was admired by the disciples within the Red Cloud sect. Hearing Yu Xiaoping ask, a touch of impatience emerged on Yuao Qing's face. Grinding her teeth, she spoke. He is not sticking with me. Oh, you don't like him? Yu Xiaoping teased. What do you think? Yuao Qing snapped back. Hold your temper. For this matter, we can only rely on him. Although Miao Huacheng has given us a map, but he has spent much effort in his research and has not passed any of it on to us. He has passed everything on to Miao Lin, so if we want to find the hidden island, he is essential. Yu Xiaoping gently comforted Yuao Qing. Yuao Qing bitterly shook her head and grabbed Yu Xiaoping's arms. Dad, it isn't like you don't know what kind of person he is. This morning he wanted to move his hands and feet for me. If you told me again, I would have buried him in the sea. Yu Xiaoping quickly felt a chill running down his spine. He moved his hands and feet for you? Yes. Yuao Qing felt very wronged. Before this matter, she had never heard of this guy Miao Lin. However, because of this matter, she had bitterly fulfilled his requests to ask for this favor. For the always arrogant girl, this was nothing short of torture. I've wronged you. Yu Xiaoping's face turned unsightly. Yuao Qing was his daughter. He naturally treated her as his treasure and hoped she could wed a dragon among men for a lifetime of happiness. Miao Lin didn't have any background firstly, any qualifications secondly, and strength thirdly. In the past, he couldn't even carry his daughter's shoes if given the opportunity. However, for the sake of Miao Lin's information, he could only sacrifice his daughter. Be at ease, once I find the island. Dad will personally seek justice for you, Yu Xiaoping promised. I really hope I arrive early. Yuao Qing ground her teeth in hatred. Once we arrive, I will bury him in the sea. As long as you're happy, Yu Xiaoping cracked a smile. He didn't give the slightest hint of concern. It was as if his daughter was talking about disposing of livestock. Unfortunately, Sea City's Miao Huacheng could not have expected the situation to develop in this direction. When he offered up the map, his only intention was to create a brighter future for his son. He wanted the Red Cloud sect to pay attention to Miao Lin. The Red Cloud sect's upper management had agreed to Miao Huacheng's request, but they wanted Miao Lin to focus on cultivation. However, they didn't want Miao Lin to not put in any effort, so they came up with the idea of putting everything on Yu Aoqing. This was completely a case of playing with fire and getting burned. In middle of their conversation, Yu Xiaoping suddenly mentioned, "When that brat comes over here, if you just can't take it anymore, just avoid him for a bit. You must remember that you can't throw a tantrum." "I know." Yu Aoqing's perky chest heaved up and down as she took a deep breath. Yu Xiaoping quickly left. After a moment, a 20-something-year-old man came onto the deck. A glimmer of expectation appeared on his face as he surveyed the four directions. When he gazed at the ship's side and saw Yu Aoqing's back, a flash of happiness that he could not hide appeared on his face. That was Miao Lin? Miao Lin's appearance was engraved in his heart, but there was no indication on his face. The lady of the Jiang family did not want to be humiliated, so she would rather commit suicide. Miao Lin was an exemplary young man. Aside from zome yellow in his complexion and some swaying in his steps, everything else was above average. If you said he was a martial artist, you might as well call him foppish dandy. After all, the Miao family in Sea City could be considered to have some strength. This was enough to support him in his revelries. As he arrived beside Yu Aoqing, his eyes were filled with obvious care, as he softly and affectionately told her, "Senior Sister Qing, the deck is very windy. Be careful of catching a cold." Even though Yu Aoqing was disgusted to death, she squeezed out a stiff smile and replied, "It's no harm. The water's breeze is nice and clear. It blows away people's troubles." Yu Aoqing's words were very subtle, but it seemed like Miao Lin did not understand at all. With a gentle smile, he warmly spoke. "It appears Senior Sister Qing's mood is not good. Is it because of some unhappy matter? You might as well tell apprentice brother. I am willing to share your worries with you." A trace of hidden anger flickered across Yu Aoqing's pretty face, but she still smilingly shook her head. Yang Kai, who was cleaning on one side of the deck, overheard the pair's conversation. Hearing the two, who were like a pair of venomous snakes having a spirited conversation, his heart quickly became anxious to bury Miao Lin in the sea as well. Yu Aoqing had hinted twice, but he still pretended to not understand. Either that or he didn't even hear her. However, he had thickened his face to stalk her, so it was far too hard for people to have goodwill towards him. The two had talked for a long time, and just when Miao Lin became spirited, showing off the prestige of the Sea City's Miao family, a loud pong sound suddenly came from the bottom of the ship and shook the whole ship. The two standing on the side of the boat, Miao Lin and Yu Aoqing, had an unstable foothold and almost fell into the sea. However, regardless of how you judged them, the two were still martial artists with naturally extraordinary reflexes and agility. Easily, they righted their bodies back up. It was unknown what Miao Lin was thinking. Maybe he wanted to play the role of the hero rescuing the princess. Maybe he wanted to get a good bargain. As soon as he caught his balance, he quickly shouted, "Be careful, senior sister." While he was shouted, his hand quickly snaked around Yu Aoqing's waist for a hug. Yu Aoqing was a haughty woman who felt nauseated when Miao Lin was just speaking. How could she stand for Miao Lin hugging her body? As soon as she regained her balance, she immediately moved her body away from Miao Lin's incoming hand. In this short amount of time, the boat was suddenly disturbed again. Yu Aoqing, who was originally in middle of turning her body, suddenly could not find a foothold. She shot away like a thorn, mouth opened wide, and issuing a short exclamation of shock. Yet the direction she flew in was actually towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was wearing a dirty piece of clothing, holding a stinky and dirty broom while watching the good show. All of a sudden, he was in such a shock that he couldn't react. He was standing there to eavesdrop on the two's conversation for some news. So, how could he have expected that such a dramatic situation to rise up? Seeing Yu Aoqing was about to land on his body, in just this critical moment, Yang Kai pretended to slip and fall on his back while also opening a large distance. Almost at the same time he fell, Yu Aoqing flew over him and heavily fell on the deck. Quite unluckily, the bucket of dirty water beside her spilled all over her head. The object of many men's desire and admiration became a drowned chicken in a single instant. All her clothes and hair became wet, As Yu Ao-ching smelled the dirty water that drenched her, she had to quickly suppress the urge to vomit. Yang Kai was also wailing on the ground, acting out a normal person's reaction. If there was a beautiful woman flying over, if you were a normal man, you would naturally stably catch her. You definitely must not let her fall. However, Yu Ao-ching was not a faithful girl and Miao Lin was not a faithful man. Yang Kai was sure that if he caught Yu Ao-ching just now, he would immediately face the anger of both the man and the woman. Yu Ao-ching would become angry that her body was touched by a humble servant. Miao Lin would become jealous and filled with killing intent. He knew that it was more than likely he would not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Hence, avoiding her was the correct choice. The ship was still shaking. Miao Lin dashed over to Yu Ao-ching's side, finally finding his chance to get close. He helped her up and worriedly inquired, "Senior sister, are you okay? Leave." Yu Ao-ching just couldn't take it anymore. If this nauseating man didn't try to touch her, how could she have been thrown around or been doused by the dirty water to the point where her clothes were semi-transparent? She had lost all her face and now her body was emitting a fetid stench. At this moment, Yu Ao-ching was completely and utterly filled with killing intent. With her roar, Miao Lin was surprised and retreated 2 steps. At this point, from below the cabin came a lot of martial artists. Yu Xiaoping impressively rushed to the deck to look under the sea. His look quickly changed. "It's a monster beast. All disciples get ready to fight." Raising his eyes, he suddenly saw the bedraggled Yu Ao-ching. He called out in a shock, "Ching Er, are you hurt?" Yu Ao-ching tightly clenched her teeth, gave Miao Lin a look of extreme resentment, and then slowly shook her head. "Go back and rest. You don't need to worry about this situation." Yu Xiaoping dully roared, "Senior sister, I'll escort you." Miao Lin naturally wanted to follow. "No need." Yu Ao-ching roared out each word. Her beautiful yet dirty figure quickly disappeared from the deck. On the boat, the miscellaneous ordinary individuals also rapidly evacuated. The Red Cloud sex martial artists, who simply had no say in their life and death, had an abundance of fierceness and a lack of luck. The sides of the ship were suddenly bombarded with a torrent of waves. The ship began to shake violently again. Yang Kai quickly got up and followed the ordinary people to the ship's cabin. Everyone gathered together, shivering, muttering, praying that the ship would not sink. If the ship sank, outside of the 2 traveling masters, everyone else would probably become lost at sea. Yang Kai carefully listened and then gradually relaxed. He discovered that the Red Cloud Sect's 2 masters were not dispatched. This meant that the incoming monster beasts weren't high-leveled and Yu Xiaoping was enough to deal with them. However, these monster beasts were high in quantity and sounds of impacts came from all sides. The combat lasted for a solid hour before gradually stopping. The attacking monster beasts were either dead or repelled. The surroundings were finally peaceful again. The Red Cloud Sect's victory caused even the ordinary people to cheer. It was as if they were also victorious. Yang Kai opened his eyes and only felt a burst of sadness. Not long later, the Red Cloud Sect's disciples directed the ordinary people onto the deck to clean up the ship. Once these commoners came up and looked around, they quickly became agitated. On the deck, there was blood everywhere. There were even strange-looking fish that had mouths full of fangs. Luckily, they were thoroughly dead. There were no casualties among the Red Cloud Sect's disciples. Only a few of those with weaker cultivations were injured and those were no big deal. Yang Kai cleaned the decks with the crowd. The blood, dead monster beasts, and sweat combined to produce a very foul smell. Maybe it was because they had already reached the deep parts of the sea, that after the first attack by the monster beasts attacked every few days. As time went on, the monster beasts grew stronger and stronger. In order to cope with these monster beasts, many of the disabled ordinary people were mercilessly dropped into the sea as bait to attract their attention. Yu Xiaoping's face grew more and more serious as each day passed. Miao Lin also began to frequent the deck. The 2 faced a divination turtle shell as they attempted to research their route going forward.